Paranormal M is your destination for the most haunting and captivating stories. Subscribe now and stay tuned for episodes that will leave you breathless. The supernatural is closer than ever. Strange possessed voice and WhatsApp video calling. 3 years ago I moved countries. Now I'm separated by 12,000 kilometers of my family. But I'm very close to my parents, so I do video calling with my mom almost every day. Always through WhatsApp. Today was no exception. From time to time there can be interference or an echo when we talk, but nothing like today's occasion. I was charging my phone and I was laying down in the bed while talking to my mom. And she asks me what that noise is. I reply to her that I'm not doing anything. Right after that, saying that I can see my mom's expression changing to horror. She then proceeds to tell me that at first she heard as if somebody was dragging something through the floor. Then she started hearing a heavy breathing. After the breathing, like a whisper, like ones that you hear in horror movies when there's a possession. I told her to record it with another phone that she has right after she starts recording the noises stop. I couldn't hear anything. It's just what my mom told me, but I could tell that she was scared. We keep talking for a while, and since she didn't hear them anymore, she says that she'll stop recording. Right after saying that, I see my mom start shaking and almost crying because she says the very creepy voice is there again. I tell her to run to my dad because I was getting really scared for my mom. After she runs to my dad, definitely the voice doesn't come back. We were really freaked out. Even me that couldn't hear anything. We keep talking, trying to keep each other calm, but we have to call each other again twice. That's because suddenly my mom could hear a lot of echo in the call. After that, nothing really happened. We've called each other again, and there was nothing weird at all. But we were thinking about it when she took the video. Nothing was recorded, but at the very beginning of the video you can hear the heavy breathing that scared her. I don't know how to post videos in here, but if somebody can tell me, I'll upload it. My parents are convinced that somebody somehow entered the call and wanted to scare my mom, like some sort of a prank. I want to think that too, but I'm very spooked about it. Grandmother's visions of a returning brother. My Nan's brother was away fighting in World War II. The family didn't even know whether he was alive or not. One night when my Nan fell asleep, she immediately dreamed of a huge ship coming toward her. They lived smack in the middle of the country, hours away from the ocean, so this seemed absolutely bizarre. However, whenever she tried to fall asleep, she'd dream of the ship coming toward her again. She was in her late teens, but was so shaken up that she went and got her mom's bed, or got into it. With her mom soothing her, she managed to get some sleep, before waking up due to hearing footsteps, like shoes on pavement kind of sounds. There's no one outside in the street walking. The footsteps went on for hours. She got really worked up about why she was having such a strange night and couldn't get any sleep at all. Early in the morning, she awoke again, hearing the footsteps, when her mom suddenly announced that she too could hear them. They realized that the footsteps were coming down the path underneath their house. It was towards their back door. They rushed downstairs, found my Nan's little brother on the doorstep. He'd arrived by ship when my Nan was seeing the ship sailing towards her. He'd then gotten lifts before walking for hours. Well, my Nan was hearing the footsteps in order to get home for morning. My Nan never forgot that night, and often talked about it until passing in her 70s. Shadow figure heading to bed with my husband. Our bedroom is at the top of a flight of stairs. It's coming from a large open double-height converted barn. So we're at ceiling height whilst upstairs. The barn has a light at night due to having so many windows, so so he put a thick curtain across to darken our room. As an insomniac, I'm often up during the night. One night, my husband saw my silhouette come up the top of the stairs, close the curtain, and then approach the bed. There's a very dim green light given off from the smoke alarm in the ceiling. He almost jumped out of his skin when he realized I was actually in bed asleep next to him. He described it as a dark adult-shaped solid shadow mass, and he was freaked out for weeks. The shadow vanished after he looked over to me. This is the same room where my ex heard voices and whispered in the dark telling him that he wasn't treating me well. And by the way, he wasn't. I'd like to think that this was my deceased granddad who used to live here, telling him off. There have been a number of ghostly events experienced by different people in the main 300-year-old farmhouse attached to the barn. And when discussing the shadow person with a friend who used a house sit regularly, she insisted she'd seen the same thing walking through the main house so often that she'd stopped feeling scared. She also described it as a solid black shadow silhouette. What a fine time to write a post about all the strange goings-on here during the past 20 years. Am I being haunted? When I was younger, my stuff would get moved, Mom and Grandmother denying even touching it. Another thing I vividly remember is that one of my plushies went off while I was in bed. It was a Build-A-Bear dog with one of those little sound boxes in the paws. No one else was in the room, and I was on the bed and the plush was on the floor. My grandmother told me that she used to hear footsteps around the house. These have since ceased. Around Christmas of 2019, my grandmother and cousin were making challah bread. They briefly went over to the dining table to talk with my mom while the dough was kneading in the mixer. And I'll note that it was a heavy KitchenAid mixer. The mixer flew across the room, right next to my grandmother's foot. The cord was unplugged and it was basically out straight behind it. Even if the mixer had vibrated itself off the counter, it would have fallen straight down, not 10 feet away. Things have been going missing more often since then. On a Saturday morning, I had lost my phone. I remembered it last being with me in the living room. We looked all over for it, and my grandmother found it in my mom's room. I know I didn't go in there that morning, and I have no reason to. I told them that I thought that we had a ghost. My 3DS had gone missing a week or two prior to the phone incident. Still couldn't find it by the time my phone went missing. I'd looked everywhere for it, stripped my bed, checked the drawers, etc. I joked, asked about her ghost for a while back, and looked on my bed once again, and it was under her shirt in the last place I looked. And yesterday, my game case went missing. I had them last either downstairs or in my room out in the open. I looked for the case in the drawer where I keep all my other gaming equipment, and it's not there. And since I started noticing a pattern, I asked for my games back. And after looking for a while, I got the urge to look into the gaming drawer, and there it is. Last night I was up late. Everyone was asleep. When I was downstairs a few moments prior, I felt like I was being watched. And when I was upstairs and in my room, I said, "Yo, if there's any spirits here, you're chill and I like you." Right after that, I said that, I just heard these 2 footsteps in the hall outside my door. They didn't go anywhere. Here's what tops the cake. My dog barks at a specific corner in the living room sometimes. I'm okay with the ghosts since they're friendly and haven't harmed anyone or anything, but it doesn't really mean I'm not freaked out by this. These are all very real to me, and I'm sorry if I sound insane. Apology ignored. We like insane people. College dorm haunting. My girlfriend, her roommates, and I have all thought jokingly about their suite in the college dorm being haunted. Now we're very convinced. We bought a Ouija board from her house up to the suite and decided to use it the other night. Our first attempt was a success and seemed tame at first. However, as we were about to ask another question, we heard a strange noise from the pantry area, the place we thought was the source of the haunting in the first place. It was a soft female voice saying what sounded something like dreams. We weren't sure about the exact word, but we all agreed that we heard a D and an E sound. We asked the spirit through the board if the voice was them, and they said yes. We then asked what it said. It spelled out a butchered version of what must have been delayed on the board, which fits the D and the E that we heard. A short time later, her roommate left the suite to the hallway to make a phone call. A speaker, which was turned off and that nobody had connected to it, all of a sudden began to blare the dial tone. We ran out of the room to hear the same noise on her phone outside, not connected to the speaker. We rushed back inside to say goodbye on the board, and a little bit later the people from across the hall wanted to try as well, so we did it again. This time, this quote-unquote spirit claimed to be my girlfriend's grandfather who died before she was born, which none of us but her knew about. It eventually asked if anyone was living in the pantry, to which it replied yes. It replied no when we asked if it was a good entity, and yes if asked if we should be worried. We ended it there. Drew crosses on the post-it notes and stuck them to the pantry door, and since then the energies felt cleaner. At least cleaner than before. Just thought I'd share. The voice and the dial tone through the speaker are unexplainable to all of us still. Crosses on post-it notes. I like that. I grew up in a haunted house. I grew up in St. Albans, England, famed for being the second largest Roman settlement in England after London. God knows what burial sites and houses in the current city could be built on, but I'm sure many had been desecrated. I'd lived just outside the city center and in a council house. My nan had lived there for about 50 or so years before she died, and due to ill health, we lived with her. That way, my mom could care for her. My nan was a highly religious person. I think whatever was in that house didn't like that fact. We saw things, heard things. Items would go missing to show up in completely random places. I was never scared by whatever was in that house, but you could feel something was there. I remember being younger and playing with some action figures with a childhood friend, and like a 50p piece just fell into my lap. We were playing on our staircase, so there was nowhere it could have possibly fallen from, and I believe at the time this was my granddad who had recently passed. Another time I remember waking up one Saturday morning to the sound of a child running up and down the stairs, clapping. You could hear the clapping get quieter as they went down the stairs and vice versa. I chalked it up to my younger sisters. However, it abruptly stopped, and not hearing my sister's bedroom door close, I went to see if they were both still in bed, and they were. When asked if they had been doing it, they both denied it. When my nan passed away, all activity seemed to cease, but with the odd occurrence. We had since left that house, and the two owners since have asked us if we'd experienced anything peculiar in the house. I'm not sure how to explain this. I was 12 years old at the time, and I'm 28 now. I was just normally sleeping when I awoke suddenly. I saw my room door and everything was perfectly normal. The fan was still spinning, and I could feel the breeze and see everything in perfect focus. I then felt immediate fear for no reason. I felt something was coming. I tried to move, but was completely paralyzed minus my eye movement. I quickly closed my eyes, tight in fear, and that's when I heard it. The creepiest damn witch-like laughter I'd ever heard, laughing directly into the right side of my ear. It had a voice of a man and a woman at the same time. Kind of hard to explain, like a fusion of voices. I tried to scream, I just couldn't, and since I was raised quote-unquote Christian, I started to pray in my head, begging for God to stop it. It only laughed louder and louder and harder. I felt the breath from its laughter on my neck, even the dry rasping beneath each chuckle. I kept repeating the prayer, and then it suddenly stopped. What happens next made a lump in my throat, and my heart beat a mile a minute, and I heard it speak. There is no God. It was in that same weird voice. I was internally freaking out, my eyes being shut so tight I was in pain. I began desperately concentrating, wiggling my finger, and at the same time trying to ignore the damn thing while continuously praying. The voice then suddenly stopped. I had control over my finger, then my hand, then my arm, until my body was finally free. I got up quickly, ran to my brother who was in the other room, and shook him, saying, "Dude, wake up." But he stared blankly at me. He was already awake, but didn't move. I got instantly scared and shook his body harder, and then he gasped. I'm telling you guys, right now, this is 100% a true story. He looked me in the eyes and said, "Holy crap, I was awake and I saw you, but I couldn't move. My blood ran cold." We told my older sister, who was 17 at the time, about it later that morning. And then what she told us was chilling. She said, "I used to do witchcraft when I was a kid with a few of my friends, but weird stuff started happening, so we stopped. Something evil may have followed. Until this day, I have sleep paralysis once every few months, but I never heard the laugh or voice since then." Concord Ghost. Three years ago, I'm working as an information technology field service technician. I'd be sent across the states every other month in order to spend a week with different company clients to help with projects or cover for techs who would be on leave of absence. This time around, I was sent to Concord, Massachusetts. This was for a company I'm sure you all well know, the Welch's Juice Company. They have a very beautiful office building in Concord with houses and an actual laboratory and testing center. They were working on transitioning from a hosted Exchange mail server to Office 365. I was there to help with the transition, along with assisting the team with hardware and software issues. They have a gorgeous dedicated inn just across the parking lot from the office. It's called the Residence Inn Concord Marriott. It's located at 320 Baker Avenue, if anybody wanted to know. The inn was great, and they had a dedicated bar at the entrance, a swimming pool, a fitness center, breakfast, the whole 9 yards. Their room for me was amazing. Could have fit 3 or 4 people. I rather enjoyed my first 3 days there without any incidents. However, this is where the actual experience begins. I was on my 4th day of working. I finished up my shift a little bit early. Spent the rest of the day going to the Boston Aquarium, just traveling around the city. I returned late in the evening around 9:30. I headed to my room for the night, and I wanted to explain the layout of the bedroom in the inn for you to better understand the visuals. The bedroom was quite large, the actual bed set being a king positioned dead center. I'll give you a perspective view from laying on the bed. So on the left side, approximately 7 feet away, were large curtains. I kept the curtains slightly opened in the center to allow the moonlight to illuminate a portion of the room. The right side also consisted of a few feet of space, followed by a door to the bathroom. Directly in front of me, another 6 feet down, was the door leading to the kitchen and living room section. I, of course, kept the main entrance double locked and went as far as to locking the bedroom door. I'm a very cautious individual, as you can tell. My wife and girlfriend at the time was talking to me on the phone while I was in bed. We talked for roughly an hour or so before I accidentally fell asleep while on the phone. She's the type not to wake you up in these situations, instead of preferring to sleep with me while still on the line. Didn't like the blankets, so I slept on top of them. Don't remember having any dreams prior to what occurred. I was suddenly woken up with an intense feeling of being watched. I did not feel dread, but just a sense of unease and a primal feeling of eyes being on me. I had full control over my body as well. I was facing to the right, which I was able to make out a door to the bathroom, which was closed. I then made the mistake of turning all the way over to the left-hand side of the bed. I explained to the best of my memory what it is that I saw. When I turned to the side, I immediately looked up and locked eyes with what I can only describe as a male revolutionary soldier. He must have stood at least 6 feet tall and was of a normal body type. He was staring down directly into my eyes while standing at attention, roughly 2 feet away from me. He didn't talk or make any sounds. He just stared directly at me in a military position of attention. The moonlight from the curtains was just enough to bathe his body from the back. This in turn made his body shape and outlined features easy to comprehend. He was no way see-through. Solid body, just looking like any normal human in general. He wore a tricorn hat and a full long coat which looked like a military uniform complete with a bandolier. I couldn't make out colors as he was mostly dark from the front view. However, even in that darkness, I was able to make out the whites of his eyes, his pale skin, and his dark pupils. The rest was just too dark to make out distinctively. The main thing that caught me were those damn eyes. They were sternly fixed on me for what can only be depicted as daggers gazing through me. Now, I'm 6 foot and 205 pounds, and I don't scare very easily, especially now as an adult. However, when I turned and saw him, I kid you not, I bellowed out a very loud ah. I began shooting my body up, then proceeded to thrust my arms down at an angle. This in turn threw my body off the right side of the bed while crashing about 3 feet into the ground. I rolled my body backwards from my back until I was right side up. My arms outstretched on both sides, grounding my body upright. My back now laying on the closed bathroom door, I then immediately looked up to the curtains. There was nothing there anymore, and he was just gone. The feeling of being watched lost with him. And if you read my prior experience, I mentioned that I've had heart palpitations since I was a child from a murmur. If I'm surprised or excited, I get a fit of palpitations. I clutched my chest as a series of palpitations occurred. I was coughing and trying to catch my breath when I heard a voice come from the bed. My eyes were wide open and unmoving from the curtains. I heard my girlfriend's voice. She was still connected on the same call from before. Julian, you okay? What happened?" I could hear her shaky pitch of concern from the speaker mode on the iPhone. Took me a few more seconds to collect myself before I was able to pull myself from the floor and scan the rest of the room. There's no way anybody could have gotten in from anywhere in the room, as I was on a high floor with the windows closed and was locked in the bedroom. I was completely dumbfounded and terrified at the same time. "Hello?" I once again was brought back to the attention of my phone. I cautiously returned to the bed, then reached out and grabbed it. Shaken, I was able to explain to her what just happened. She was very skeptical as an individual, chalked it up to just being a hallucination or a remnant of a sleep paralysis episode. I don't think that was the case, since I had full control over my body and was completely coherent when I woke up. And what's strange still is no one other than my girlfriend heard me scream. Either that or they just chose not to call the reception desk. Never got a call from the lobby, nor did anybody mention my room number when checking out, and in any case, that night I somehow managed to lay in bed and just talking to Rachel until I fell asleep. I would have perhaps concluded it just being REM sleep transitioning, but the next morning proved otherwise. I woke up the next day and tried to ignore what happened the night before. I began my morning shift with one of the Concord IT team members. I'll name him Joe for his own privacy. I don't know if maybe I had a look of somebody who was distressed, but Joe caught on almost immediately, asked if I was okay. Really didn't want to sound crazy in front of him, but we actually had a pretty solid work relation from past work tickets, and I had just had to get it off my mind. I told him of my experience. He looked generally well interested and astonished. When I finished, that's when he said that something had brought a chill to your spine. You do know that this location hosted the Battle of Concord in the Revolutionary War, right? My jaw dropped. You're kidding, I said half-hearted. I had to then Google the actual battle, and he was correct. Concord was indeed a battlefield of the Revolutionary War. I saw a revolutionary-dressed military man last night without any prior knowledge of this battle. I was stunned. He told me to ask the front desk receptionist at the inn if the building was haunted. I was too embarrassed to ask such a question. I was more willing to ask for a change of rooms. However, once again I didn't ask, and what was I going to say? Oh, I saw a revolutionary soldier and I don't feel comfortable. Can I please change rooms? I instead just spent the rest of the week in that very same room and dreaded going to sleep. However, the rest of the week went without incident. Flew home by the weekend and recently got a new job and have never been back to Concord since. Haven't had any other paranormal experiences since, and honestly I don't know what to make of it. But it's something I think about in the late hours of the night in hotels. Was it a ghost? Was it a hallucination? I don't know. I just think it's awfully too coincidental to appear in a battlefield where men have died during the Revolutionary War. I'd love to hear your thoughts. I'm so tired of it. Anyway, when I was around 6 years old, my family and I moved to this new house in Connecticut. It's actually only a mile or so away from the house where the movie The Haunting in Connecticut takes place, which is also based on a true story. Anyway, shortly after moving there, my stepfather went over to meet the neighbors. Can't quite remember what his question was specifically, but it was along the lines of, "So any idea why the house sold so easy?" The neighbors weren't sure as to why, but their son, who was just a few years younger than I was at the time, said, "Because it's haunted." Naturally, the adults kind of dismissed that. But now that I'm older, I wonder if that young kid saw from a different house that convinced him that my own house was haunted. I don't know if I'll ever know the answer to that, but I do know what my family and I experienced back then. So at first, we all experienced things, including my parents, but they never really wanted to admit it, not even to each other. I'm talking seeing shadows, hearing voices, stuff out of the place, and the works. But one night around Halloween, ironically, my parents walked into the house and both heard a ghostly screaming or growling or something. My younger brother and I never heard it, and I didn't even know about it until years later. Another time, we came home with a big potted plant and it was thrown across the room. Now, we didn't see it, but even my stepfather, who could bench around 400 in his youth, had trouble lifting that thing. So it had to have been thrown, right? But by who? There weren't any signs of a break-in or anything stolen either. We would have known. Our house had been broken into 2 or 3 times when I was a kid. Another incident I can think of that was really weird was stuff that happened with my toys. And my younger brother's toys too, actually. For example, we had toy guns that would make gun noises every time you pulled the trigger. And sometimes at night you could hear the thing going off so many times and so fast it sounded like an actual machine gun or something. We also had this Woody doll from Toy Story, and it talked every time he pushed his belly. We'd have that thing turned off and you could still hear him saying, "That's a snake in my boot," in the middle of the night. And another time we were using a police car toy that could drive around and pushing the one button on its remote. Yeah, only the one button. It would go in like a straight line. But one day, not even holding the remote, the thing starts going in every direction on its own, even in circles, if I remember correctly. And by the time we got our mom to come up, it stopped. Typical, really. The absolute worst thing, however, was the nightmares I had. It was the same thing every night. I would wake up in my bed, and keep in mind I was just dreaming that I had woken up and I was still asleep in real life. walked to my bedroom door, and I'd open it and walk into the dark hallway. I'd keep going till I reached the end, and I was looking at the door to what was our playroom at the time. I'd open the door, and I would see nothing but darkness. I'm talking pitch black. Can't see your hand in front of you, like an advanced SpongeBob reference. Darkness. Out of said darkness would come a face. It was horrifying, especially as a kid, and it was basically a rotting skull with purple and pink leftovers of flesh covering a human skull. Pretty much a pinkish-looking zombie. It also had needles coming out of its head and wore a long white coat, and this thing would look at me and smile, then grab me by the ankle and pull me into the dark. It would turn onto my stomach, clawing at what I could, attempting to scream, and would always see a loved one. And they would always simply watch. I couldn't scream, couldn't speak, and would watch as the door shut. Then I would wake up for real. This happened for a long time. Months, maybe even years. I can't remember. This thing would appear in dreams that had nothing to do with it. It would just turn around and boom, there it was grabbing me and pulling me into darkness somewhere. Like in a room under some stairs, and I eventually confronted it in my dream and told it to leave me alone, and it did. Fast forward a decade or so later. I'm around 19 years old, and I'm going to junior college in New Mexico. Still living in that house in Connecticut, though. I live in an area with all kinds of paranormal stuff supposedly happened, and that area is still fairly new. The bulk of the campus was built in the late 1800s, early 1900s. Can't quite recall while writing this. My roommate at the time was very religious as I am. He played football and left for a weekend or something, so I had the dorm room to myself. I go to sleep one night, and mind you, I haven't had a nightmare like the one previously mentioned since, but I remember the feeling. It felt real. So real I can feel the carpet underneath my feet. I can feel my hand on the doorknob, and I can feel the dread in my gut when I made eye contact with it. I can feel its hand on my ankle. This dream was different, though. It was worse, much worse, and it started the same. I woke up in my dream, glanced at my phone, saw a friend had texted me. Not in real life, but in the dream. I opened it and I saw a language I'd never seen before. I lost control over my body and dropped the phone, feeling like my jaw opened and my eyes roll into the back of my head. I fall out of bed but slowly levitate to the ground, and I can feel this happening to me. The same way I feel the keys under the tips of my fingers right now. I'm stuck on the ground and I can't move. I whisper to myself, "Somebody help me." I can't help but whisper, "I have to find the number at its page." But I don't know what it even means. I just have to find it. I keep repeating these two phrases until I scream, "Somebody can help me." I manage to force myself to sit up, still very rigid, and just then the door opens. I see a dark figure. It's shaped like a man with white light shining behind it. It's standing in my doorway. It says, "Do you really want help?" I can physically hear it say this, and I say, "Yes, of course," and blink. I'm back in my bed, but the lights are on now. Oh, I have to find the number to the page. I jump out of bed and look through a small black journal I kept with jokes and funny stories. And at the time, I flip to the middle and see a pentagram, complete with the goat head depiction of Satan sitting above it. I look at this perplexed and feel something grab me by the short hair, pull my head back. I come face to face with the same entity from my childhood nightmares, though it looks slightly different and pale, but still with that sickening grin. I wake up in real life, can't go back to sleep. It's around 3 a.m. And I've had creepy dreams since then that were peculiar, like I see something in a dream and then I see it somewhere in real life or on the internet or something. But nothing like these. Not quite, anyway. These are the ones that really stick out. And I know what you might be thinking. So much of that could be explained with real, logical, even scientific answers, and I agree. I wish it were true, really. I honestly wish I was absolutely insane. But every time I think about that, every time I doubt the existence of the supernatural, or sometimes even God himself, I remember what my roommate said to me the next time I saw him. I told him about my nightmare, and he said it was funny, because he had a dream about me. Or at least he believed it to be about me, and I asked him what it was. He told me while uneasily staring at his desk, he found himself in an empty room. He saw me sitting in a chair, muttering to myself. He approached me, but couldn't get my attention. I just kept saying, "I'm so tired of it, I'm so tired of it, I'm so tired of it." He looked behind me, surprised by how he didn't see it before. A large black figure with white light behind it stood there, holding on to me tightly. He commanded it to leave me alone, but it wouldn't. Never loosened its grip, or so he said. Saw my uncle days after his own urn mass. Although growing up, my parents made me think it was just me being a kid, right? Years later, it turns out that they were too able to see things, which got me upset, because they made me think it was me the whole time. Anyway, I don't see a lot of ghosts, but I do see other things. But when I do, it's very rare that I see them full apparition. Here is one of the very few. My mother's uncle passed on the hospital a few years ago, maybe between 2003 and 2008. I don't fully remember. I know I was in my early to mid-20s. A few days later, he was cremated, and he had found a mass handing the urn to one of his sons. Now to the actual story. Me and my brother was alone in the apartment, just chilling in the living room. Mother, I think, was at work, and now that day felt like any other day, so I didn't think anything of it. Me and my brother were talking about something, and I decided to walk to the bedroom to get what we were talking about. Don't remember at all what it was, I just know I went to the room for a reason that was connected to the conversation. Now the apartment is in the projects, which we've been in since '95. I walked from the living room to the bedroom through the hallway. Now the way the apartment is when you walk from the living room through the hallway, to your left is the exit door. A few more steps is the kitchen door, and to the right and straight ahead is 2 bedroom doors, both opened. Right door is Mom's, left door is ours. That's where the hallway takes a left, and the bathroom's at the end of there. I walk straight into my room, but at the corner of my eye catches something, or someone in my mother's room standing with their back to the door toward me. He stood there in a hospital gown holding a metal IV pole holder. Big, like, widened body with a head low. Uncle was a really big man and couldn't hold himself up anymore. I suddenly stop and slowly back away out of the room. In a few seconds, only to see the door empty and the room dark with nothing or anyone there. Stood there second-guessing what it was I saw, and I know somebody was there watching, or waiting. And since he was in my mother's room facing inward, he was waiting for my mother. So I went on with my day thinking something is going to happen. About a few days later, I go with my mother as she's sitting at the table and ask her, "Mom, I have a question. Did you have any dreams a few days ago?" "What do you mean?" "Did you have any dreams of your uncle about 2 or 3 days ago?" My mom looks to me as if she seemed surprised. Surprised that I asked, but confirmed that yes, she dreamed of her uncle on that day I saw him. I asked her what the dream was, and she told me. She was standing next to her uncle, and in front of them was his 3 sons. He had 5 kids. He walked toward them, past the 2, and stops in front of one of them, then turns to her. Nothing was said, but he just looked to her. I told her that's his meaning that something is going to happen, and he wants you to watch over him specifically. Now, of course, my mother doesn't take me seriously, and she just shrugs it off. Now about a month in, and I go to my grandmother's house, and we just chit-chat. Then something came up, and she said that her nephew, the very specific son that my uncle stopped in front of in my mother's dream, the phone called her at about 1 a.m., and as she answered the phone, she heard him talking to police about a shooting that happened in the train that he was headed home that night. I looked at my mother, and her eyes remembered the same moment I did. I stared at her as my eyes glared, like told you. Over the years, the specific son has been going through a few unfortunate events. Failing marriage that almost ended in divorce, almost lost a job, and sadly he's been diagnosed with cancer more than once due to the fact that they think it's gone to one area, it turns out it's spread to another. Now he's slowly losing his eyesight. My mother still hasn't watched over him, or at least kept in contact. I felt bad for my uncle. Even after death, he asked for her help, and she didn't give it. Disembodied footsteps. Being able to see things since I was 6 years old. It sucks when you don't understand what it is you're seeing, hearing, or even comprehending what's going on before you. This happened maybe around 2005, 2006. And I'm in my mid-20s at this point, been through a lot of experiences in almost every apartment that we've been in. My mother works overnight at the post office distribution center, sort of a cafe for workers. So there's times she works from 11 p.m. to 6 a.m. or 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. Sometimes she takes another shift, so it'll be literally almost 24 hours she'll be working. I'm alone in the house, so around this time of my life I was already addicted to the internet because whenever I'm alone, they tend to mess with me. They in all caps. At least if I'm not distracted with something else to keep me from seeing them or their antics. I stay up till daylight appears, and that gives me a safe haven to go to sleep, but sadly, sometimes daylight doesn't always save me. I fell asleep for a while, not sure how long I fell out for, but something woke me up. I heard somebody walking around the house. I felt my mother had come home, and from the way it sounded, it was rather frantic, as if she was looking for something. Now, I didn't realize at first that there was something that felt different in the air. I just was waking up, so I wasn't paying attention to the surroundings. I just knew I wasn't alone in the house anymore, and it relieved me highly thinking she was home. I'm in bed, and the only thing awake at that moment is my eyes and ears. Body just laid there, having been up all night. I called out to my mother, and nothing responded. But you can hear heavy footsteps walking in circles, like a patient in a waiting room, very impatiently. Sounded like a woman's flat-heeled shoes were walking around the apartment, and in this apartment everything is opened up. You can walk a full circle through the hallway, kitchen, and dining room, then the living room and back. Same hallway again. That's exactly what those footsteps were doing, but it was with unease. My ears were picking it up in this apartment, but my eyes saw nothing walking by. Where my bed was, you can see the kitchen opening and the hallway that goes into the kitchen where the steps were coming from. But there was no one. My mother doesn't wear shoes as I was hearing them. Slowly, I sat up and said again, "Mom." Footsteps stopped and I sat there. Still nothing in response. I figured, okay, maybe the neighbor was walking around upstairs. Maybe she had guests over and one wore some of the shoes and walked hard with them. I brushed it off since it stopped and laid back down to relax, seeing I might have made a mistake. Pun. I put my head back down, and the footsteps again started walking in that same circle of frantic anticipation. No mistake, they were in this apartment. I sat there on my bed and stared at the hallway, just saying to myself, "Please don't show yourself, please don't show yourself." I was fully sitting up, completely alert, and wondering what or who could possibly be that's walking around, and why did it sound so urgent? I couldn't sleep anymore, but I didn't move at all. I just stared at the hallway. The steps didn't come closer, but they did just walk from the hallway to the kitchen, to the dining room, to the living room, and back to the hallway again, repeatedly. It was definitely a woman. For some reason, I just felt it. I got up and slowly walked over to the door, thinking if I walked outside, maybe I could just relax myself, or go to a neighbor's house just to ease. I've dealt with entities, mostly tricksters or shadows, so this wasn't very uncomforting for me. I just kept staring at the closet door too to make sure it wasn't opened. A lot of things happened to me when that closet door opened even a little bit. Mostly nightmares, but some physical experiences as well. Hello? The step suddenly stopped and scratched on the floor, and was faintly heard as if whoever it was turned around to look at me or turned to where my voice came from, since I'm not sure where it stopped when I said anything. With that done, I went to grab my keys and went off to leave the house to go to my neighbor's. I think this was around mid to early afternoon, so I would say 12 to 2. Came back a few hours later when my mother called me telling that she was home. So I left the neighbor's, and no, I didn't tell the neighbor. My mother was completely exhausted, and this was about evening, and the sun was setting by now, so it was getting dark. My mother was now in bed, and I was back in the computer since I was fully awake. I didn't hear the footsteps, so I figured, okay, they might be gone. A few moments later, my mother's now rushing with urgency to get redressed and out the door. Fear of, 1, being alone again after what happened earlier, and 2, the alert on her face said something was terribly wrong and she had to go. Again, I was alone in the house, but this time it actually felt like there was no one else there. Next day, I spoke to my mother and she told me that her boyfriend's sister had passed on that morning. She had left to see him and the sister's son. I turned pale. When my mom returned, I asked her what happened and what was going to happen. She had passed on of a heart attack while she was in her sleep. She wasn't discovered till the afternoon by the sister's boyfriend, who told the son and mom's boyfriend. She asked me why and if there was something wrong, since I could care less about her stupid boyfriend anyways. I despised him, but as long as he didn't put his hands on her, I have no say in whom she picked. I told her of the footsteps in the apartment, how they sounded urgent. But I didn't think much of it, how they sounded like a woman walking in flats to maybe low-heeled shoes. Lo and behold, those were the shoes his now-deceased sister liked to wear. I froze again, she had a look on her face, and then she spoke again, saying that when she was about to get comfortable to go to sleep, someone grabbed her leg and yanked her almost clean off the bed. About a minute after that, she got a call and told her about the death. So it turns out, those frantic, impatient footsteps was my mom's boyfriend's sister waiting for her to come home. They were getting along according to my mother, so I guess she was trying to contact my mother and she didn't know how else but her place of residence, which she sadly was not home for when she came. I don't know how long she stood there after I left, but I felt rather bad I couldn't help her. The closets. Throughout my whole 36 years of living on this planet, I've only lived in 4 places. The first one was a 3-family private house. The other 2 were in the projects. Both buildings were literally in the corner of the same block. One we lived in the 9th floor. A lovely view of the city from a distance. The other we lived in the 1st floor, so I had more freedom to go out and chill in front of the building like the other kids, where the mothers could see me. I lived in that one for about 16 years before I finally moved out onto my own. I don't experience much paranormal in my apartment, just orbs that I can faintly see, but mostly catch on my phone. I have a few cats, so they watch them for me, though whoever's on my home tends to play with them, so I'm glad. In the 2 apartments in the projects, I've had problems about the closets. In the 9th floor apartment, I saw it slightly open with the red eyes staring at me. I've even seen some stuffed animals move on their own when my parents lay in the bed and go to the living room to do whatever adults do while children sleep, but I couldn't sleep. But it was the apartment on the 1st floor I had the most experiences. I guess because I was more grown and more aware of things that actually bothered me. But one night I pulled a complete nope and called my friend over. What had happened was, as always, these things happen when I'm alone. The closet doors I always make sure are closed because if not, I have nightmares. Never fails when I have a nightmare. Wake up, immediately turn my attention to the closet and see it's open, even if it's just a gap. An opening is an opening. So before I go to bed, I always make sure my closet door, no matter what room I'm in, is closed. One night I was alone due to Mother's working overnight, and I was tired and don't remember if I was kind of calming away from my computer addiction of the internet, but I know all the lights were off. Climb into bed and I start relaxing. Thinking it's going to be a good night, I start to slowly slumber till I hear something. Now, being the projects, you're going to hear a lot of things that go bump in the night that will sound spooky as fuck. And that's without, like, the bang-bang of the neighborhoods, mind you. Next door to my room was a room of 4 girls, about a little bit younger than me. Not sure how much younger, but I never really interacted with them. I was an introvert, having never really had friends growing up, so I wasn't easy making new friends in the building, or in general, quite honestly. But after a while, I heard something again, but I didn't really take much attention to anything. I sleep by the window, noise from outside, right? Night prowlers roaming, or people walking around. Nope. I laid there unaware that my closet door had opened itself, and that noise I heard was the door having opened itself with the turn of the knob. Want to know how I know? Well, I looked and saw the door slightly ajar, and I laid there thinking, did I miss the door? I don't think I did, but whatever. Wrong. The atmosphere changed once I realized the door, and it was like it gave off a sense that I knew that I caught it when I looked a second time to see it was slightly opened a bit more than it was the first. I'm thinking I'm overreacting, and knowing that I was alone and I had a fear of the door might have been messing with my head. How wrong I was. You could hear the door now slightly open every few inches every few minutes. I kept laying there now, refused to look to see what it was. I just had the kind of kick out of doing this. I pulled my sheets up to my chin and laid there just trying to relax, to breathe, to think that maybe sleep. And suddenly, a tug on my sheet was felt. I ignored it. I tried my best to ignore it, and I weirdly didn't cry because I was so used to them fussing with me. But nothing in the house was on, and I was hoping that if I ignored it, it would leave me alone instead of reacting to it. Another tug on my sheet was felt. Ba-dump. That was all I heard from my chest as it kept still. I was afraid if I moved, I would see it, or if I moved, it would engulf me. I'd been raised with horror movies, so I knew the results of idiots running from something like this. You couldn't run from something that possessed the house unless you left the house, and the exit door was always from the bedroom. Another tug on my sheet, another stronger ba-dump from my chest. I just kept still, and I was now in complete fear. I didn't know what it wanted, I just know that it was in the closet, and the door was halfway open now. I could determine that with the peripheral vision I had of it. Another tug on my sheet. This time I pulled my sheet again, face up to my lips, feeling it in my imagination, hoping it was my imagination. But you can't imagine having the sheets from your chin and being tugged down to your collarbone when you're not moving at all. Another tug on my sheet, another and another, every few minutes, just as it did with the opening of the closet door. Once my sheets reached my shoulders, I jumped up and walked out, putting on the bedroom light, the hallway light, the bathroom, the kitchen, the TV. I literally put on every one of these lights. Put on the computer, since it seemed that I wasn't going to sleep, and no longer feeling anything in the atmosphere, I walked with caution to my bedroom. My sheets were as I left them, but my closet door was wide open now. I closed it and went to the living room to join my online friends till my mother had come back from work the next day. Once she came home, I turned off the computer and went to bed before she could even touch hers, because that meant I'd be alone again. And sometimes when she's asleep, that doesn't stop them. Again, as always, these experiences tend to happen when I'm alone in the house. This happened back in probably between 02 and 06. My mother had just left for work not long ago. It was very early in the AM, and you hear her rustling as she tries to rush out as she gathers last-minute things. The last thing I hear is the door close, and the locks on the door click-clock as she locked it before leaving to the staircase. Now at this time I had hair down to my tailbone, so I was laying on my stomach with hair collected on my shoulders and split to one side on the back of my neck. A majority of my arms are covered in a dark reddish-brown tone of strands. Again, I'm left alone in the house, so no one is there but little old me. I lay there like, screw it, nothing to do but be lazy, so I'm just thinking of what possibilities I can do to make my day better. But something was bothering me. In my upper peripheral vision, I see something moving, which means someone or something was out or in front of my window. Now, I live on the first floor, but it isn't ground level. There's an office below us and then the first floor, so anything moving on the walls would be the sunlight and the shadow puppets of nature's tree branches. I stared at the wall in front of me, and nothing on that wall was moving. So why was the wall above my head having a shadow movement of any kind? I start to stare up with just my eyes instead of moving my head, and I see a grayish shadow form. It wasn't too dark, but it was enough to hide the majority of the sunlight that was on the other wall. All this came from the same window perspective, so the light should be the same on all the walls. But the wall by my head grew more gloomy, as if something was hovering over me. But only that wall showed me. I tried to move to get off the bed, but I couldn't, and something was holding me down. Not clutched down, but as in a sheet of weight, like I was magnetized or glued to my bed type of down. I looked at the wall as the only part where it was over me got gray and dark. I start to breathe, to pant, almost as if I'm ready to freak out. But then something moved. As I'm paying attention to the wall at the head of my bed, something moved in my long hair. The bottom of my eye caught this movement and immediately looked to see my hair had some kind of a ball the size of a fist in the middle of it. The ball of hair was about at the fold of my arm, mind you. Again, I'm laying on my stomach with my long hair resting on my arms that lay limp in front of me. Now I'm thinking, what the fuck, where did this come from? My mind no longer on the shadowy figure at the head of the bed, but this thing was not too far from my face, on my bed, in my hair. I tried to move again, and slowly the ball of hair that looked like it was attached to mine moved again, and I watched. My body couldn't move, and the most inanimate thing on my body had something moving in it. Then it turned. Oh God, it turned to look at me. It turned, and the ball of hair had a face. An uneven, twisted face of a baby. One eye was twitching as the people looked up, and the other eye watched me. It was attached to nothing. It was a fucking head of a baby, and it just twitched and tried to move its mouth as if somebody was beyond thirsty, having not drinking for days or hours. I felt myself breathing heavily now. The lungs were the only part I could voluntarily move. My heart was racing as I was getting more freaked out. Finally, I felt a release and got up, waving my hands through the air, unable to scream, but just enough to keep breathing, heavy pants of what the fuckery. I looked to see the shadow-like presence just disappear off my wall like a translucent piece of cloth being pulled away. I looked down on my bed, and I saw no child's head, no ball of hair, nothing out of the ordinary. Got out of bed and just stared at it. If I had planned on going to sleep, yep, that wasn't going to happen. I don't remember what I did that day, but I do know that stuck in my head for a few days, and I started going to work with my mother and going to my friend's home for the day just to stay out of the house. Shadow figures. Okay. So I've always said I've seen them since I was 5 or 6. And this will be my first time having seen them, and since then they never stopped. So I used to live in a private house. It was a 3-family home, but it was shared with other families. I remember the home layout perfectly well. When you walk in through the door, you have the bathroom in front of you, kitchen to your right. To your left is a large living room and the bedroom after that. The bedroom was small, but it was enough for a small family, and it was me, my dad, and my mom. We weren't far from stores, like 5 from stores, 2 supermarkets, and Father was at work doing security or EMS. I don't remember too much what he did. So it was me and my mother. She wanted to go to the market that day, and I was in the bedroom watching TV. We had a high riser in the bed that goes under the other and pulls out when you're ready to sleep, leveling with the other bed. And I was sitting on the bottom one when my mother comes into the room asking if I wanted to go with her or stay home. Not sure if at the time leaving your child alone in the house was against the law, but yeah, this was the 80s, and of course I chose to stay home. That's because me, a kid, and TV. So, the usual mother-child rules of leaving their child alone in the house. No opening the door, do not leave the room, and just stay watching TV. Me and your father have the key. Mother leaves the house, and I faithfully stayed to the TV after watching her get out of view and at the end of the block, which again wasn't really that far at all. Now I turn and watch TV, and suddenly the TV starts becoming messed up and I start messing with the bunny ears and realize it's not working. I change the channels and it's all white noise. I hear something, like my name. I'm thinking Mother is back and I walk to the bedroom door. I look ahead and no one's there, and Mother had not come back, so there's no one in the house. I stay quiet though in case somebody's at the door. Again, I'm in the bedroom and you can see straight into the kitchen. I go back, stare at the TV, and there's no longer just showing a picture but just static, and it seems to have appeared out of nowhere. But I was a kid and I really wasn't sure how TV worked, and again I heard my name. I turned my head and looked to the bedroom door, staring at it. Hearing my name, I was rather shocked. It wasn't my mother's or my dad's, and they weren't home. Again, I heard my name, and there were steps. But it wasn't what footsteps should sound like. It wasn't a pit-pat of flat feet, it was the sound of hooves like a horse. But slowly, with caution, as if aware. Thunk. It was one step after my name was said. It wasn't a firm voice, it was more of a whispering call, as if luring someone. I stand up and then I walk again, slowly this time toward the bedroom door, and look out. Looking straight ahead was the living room, the bathroom, and then the kitchen. You see half the fridge as it was there, casting a shadow from the light that came from the window. Thunk thunk. The hoove noises happened again, and slowly the shadow of the fridge moves. I'm thinking somebody's in the driveway moving around until I saw the shadow form. There was no longer a shadow behind the fridge. It was next to the fridge, and there was a shadow image, kind of skinny. The upper body slightly arched forward, the head shaped like a triangle with a sharp-like chin and 2 long, pointy things coming from the head. But it looked like a person just standing there, but not physically. But the bottom was where it got weird. The bottom was of 2 legs, but the legs weren't straight. They were arched back like an animal's back legs. I didn't know what I was looking at, but I just stared at it. It stood still, but you can hear a horse slowly walking till it was starting to strut faster. My name was whispered again. I stood in fear at the door, like a split second before running into the room and hid underneath the bed. I kept there, hearing the hooves getting closer as it was sounding like it was passing the bathroom, and just going through the living room. My name was being whispered along with the house. I started crying, not sure what was going on, and suddenly, just like that, you heard the keys to the door unlocking it. The hooves stopped and the whispering died. The TV was back to shouting whatever show was on for that channel. When the door opened, I ran so fast and hugged the hell out of my mother. I cried so hard, and my mother thought something had happened to me. But I didn't know how to explain it. I told her I was scared, and she said, "Well, I told you I was going to the supermarket, and you wanted to stay." That's all I could say to her when I didn't understand crap. This was my first memory of what started all of my seeing and hearing of the paranormal. Years later, I had seen the depictions of how religions had seen the devil, and I saw it looked exactly like the image of the shadow that had first appeared itself to me. But by then, I had already seen so much, and admitting that you might have seen the devil at 6 years old wasn't really on my mind to tell anyone. But yes, my first paranormal experience was the shadow of the devil himself. On the roof. So this happened about 9 years ago. It's on the roof of a housing project that I've been living in for about 20 years almost. Family still lives there, but I don't anymore. But the majority of the crazy paranormal I've encountered really has happened in this particular apartment. My friends, whom I've grown to call my cousin and sister, have lived in these projects for a majority of our lives, and over the years of that growing up, we've learned that we all have the ability to see the paranormal in different ways. But they've had more experiences with controlling and understanding what and how than I have. During the nice warm and hot summers, we had lots of fun on the roof of our building, looking down at the people enjoying the view of the buildings and surrounding scenery of the greens. It's usually the three of us, sometimes more, but this time it was the four of us. An ex-mutual friend we don't talk to currently anymore, fault is all his own, by the way. We were talking about things, days, experiences, and what was needed to help us improve our abilities as well as protect ourselves in case we let the wrong ones in. During this time, we were trying to learn about meditations and how to before we had used candles indoors in the dark as we watched the light dance and flicker along the waxed stick. But this time we were outside, and all we had was the light that was on the roof since it was already a dark blue shade in the sky. The faint white twinkling lights of the stars as they barely sparkled enough to appreciate their attempt of showing their beauty to us. We enjoyed being on the roof at nights. We enjoyed looking at the stars whenever it was able to, since being in the city you really can't see a thing with the light pollution in the place. Agreed to start learning to meditate on other things beside a candlelight, since it won't be able to be available to us when you don't always have a candle at hand. We learned that concentrating on things can also work as well. So the silence started to come upon us and we stare at the light. Some close their eyes and focus, and I'm just watching the light. Not long, honestly. Now, the staircase to the roof has a ladder. That gets you to the top of another little stoop as well to get on. The ladder to climb, that is on the other side and right smack in the middle of it. So you have the floor of the roof that we're standing on, the platform of the staircase that you can get on, and the third smaller stoop you can also get on. The staircase has two openings. The floor of the roof has tiny rocks so you'd hear footsteps of anybody walking around. Especially there's another building that my cousin lives in attached to the corner of this building that me and my sister live in. Both doors are heavy and would make noise, so if anybody were to come into the roof, it would have been well known. As I'm staring at the light, I literally see somebody perk out from behind the staircase. They were like halfway in between the top of the highest platform to the floor of the roof. But the problem is, there's no way physically possible for anybody to do that without being on the ladder, and the ladder was nowhere near the edge of someone to peek halfway their body out as if they were a nosy neighbor. Like somebody trying to figure out what you were doing on the roof. Another problem with this figure was a black figure with no features. No clothing, his whole body was all black and it was on the wall like a lizard. I stared at it for a few seconds, realizing it was watching us and how it was physically impossible for anyone to be there. Or in that position, it was like Spider-Man. Immediately, I turned away and walked off, telling him that we have to go now. I hurried past them, leaving them in utter confusion as to what just happened. As they were about halfway following me to find out what had just happened, my cousin stopped in his tracks and took a deep breath. And with that same breath, he told us that we're being watched and something was following us. As I said, my cousin is more tuned than I am with this. With all that said, we all walked a lot faster into the staircase and down the stairs. My sister lived on the 7th floor of the building, which was the last floor, so we only went down one flight and jetted into her apartment, sitting immediately into the sofa with wide eyes wondering what just happened. My sister looked up to me since I was the first to be alert and asked me immediately what had happened. And I asked her, "Did you hear anyone on the roof at all?" She said, "No, there was no one on the roof except for us. We would have heard the rocks upon contact with being stepped on." I stared to her and I told her I saw a shadow person on the roof and he was watching us. He stuck half his body out to peek at what we were doing, and that's when I reacted silently, walking away with hope I didn't know, really, or it wouldn't know that I saw it. And with that, she turned to her cousin and asked him what he saw. She said something was moving behind us, and he suddenly saw us four in his vision as it was moving fast like an animal following its prey. It wasn't anything vicious, but due to how I reacted and unsure that I saw, he wasn't sure whether what was following us was good or bad. It took us a while to go back up there to the roof to check anything, but nothing was there, no evidence anyone or anything had been around at all besides us. We even went up the ladder and nothing out of the ordinary. We even tried to just reenact how I saw the figure, and there was no way possible of doing it. We stopped chilling at nights on the roof for now and just stood up during the daytime. Currently, the roof has been locked up by housing authorities and an alarm has been set up due to druggies being up there. Having been on the roof in a long time, or rather not having been in the roof for a long time, but nobody's here anymore to enjoy the view, so I'm not missing much. We still talk and chat about our still ongoing experiences where we're currently located. Still try to keep as much contact as possible. But I'll never forget the day of the shadow figure that perked itself out and watched us. Ever since that day, whenever I approach the building, I look up and stare at the roof to see if by any chance I'll see that figure there, staring at me just as he did that day. Step into the shadows with Paranormal M, where reality slips and the strange takes hold. Each episode dives into the unsettling, unknown haunted places, mysterious encounters, and chilling whispers from beyond. Subscribe now and ring the bell, so you never miss a moment when the darkness speaks. Unexplainable things that has happened to me and my kids. So a little background information before I get into this. I had a stepdad that really liked to make me scared. And at a young age, we would have played with Ouija boards with him, and I would be terrified. Growing up through the years, he would continue with the ghost stuff and ask me if I can see or hear the quote-unquote little boy. Pretty sure he was just crazy. Anyways, something ended up happening to me that I cannot explain. My mom eventually divorced him after years of abuse of, us, drugs, and alcohol. I was 18 years old, and we moved out on our own with my mom after 15 years of being with this person. The house was pretty old, and it was in a rough neighborhood and with a lot of crime. There was places in the house with electricals being all messed up and doors being messed up and rooms where something was fixed. It would soon break down again. But that was all we could really do at the time. My mom was single, working 2 jobs, and my brother and I were still in high school trying to get through it. Life definitely got a little crazy. But anyways, things are written on the walls, even like, "This house is haunted," and literally a pentagram on the wall in the bedroom I was sleeping in. Sheesh. But like I said, it was the best we could do at the time. A little bit of primer. Within the first week of moving in, I was very sick. Couldn't lift my head, I was so dizzy. We couldn't find out what was wrong. We even looked for a gas leak. I felt so strange being in that house, and I'm still not convinced that going through all of that stuff with my stepdad when I was young didn't mess me up. In maybe a lot of different ways. I was always terrified of the dark and had nightmares and all those things. Stuff continued to get weirder, though. I eventually started to feel better, but when I would shower, there was a closet that I always felt like someone was just sitting in there watching me. I would come home and my closet door would be open. I even put things up against it. I'd come home and the stuff would be moved and the door opened again. Once I was doing the dishes and a glass cake pan flew off the wall across the kitchen. The only place in the house that I actually felt okay in was the living room for whatever reason. The last thing that happened is what really had me confused. One night my boyfriend at the time was dropping me off at home. The driveway was on the side of the house and the side my bedroom was on. My curtains in my room were see-through. I decided for whatever reason that night to look up. When I looked up, I saw a perfectly round circle, like a black mass in my window. I asked my boyfriend at the time if he saw it too. You could tell he didn't want to freak me out about it and was kind of like, "Yeah, I do." I had him walk me up to my room, and I was so scared it wasn't there anymore, and I never saw it again. There were some nights that I would feel like my feet were being pulled almost. We also had 2 cats and a dog. One of my cats disappeared and we never saw him again. I'm sure he got out, but it was still just a weird occurrence. But my dog didn't really like it there either. He would hide at my feet. We didn't live there much longer after that happened. But that is the scariest thing that's happened to me, at least so far to this day. I do have kids now, and they see things and tell me about it, and it is crazy. One of the things my son used to see is what he called the skeleton man. He would look at him through the windows outside my mom's house when we moved in with him after my divorce. He also saw an old man in our bedroom. My mom explained to me that the bedroom we were staying in was the same room that an old man had passed in. After we moved out of my mom's, he only saw the old man one more time in my bedroom in my apartment. He said, "Mommy, why is there an old man right there?" That was the last I heard of the old man. He also pointed to the sky and repeated, he's coming," when he was 2 years old. Now we live in a house that's 150 years old with my long-term boyfriend. My daughter claims to see a person outside her room every night tapping their foot. She said it's a green foot. She also saw a man peeking his head out of their bathroom a few weeks ago. She most recently told me that she doesn't look out of her window because when she does, there's a person with a hoodie with no arms that runs out to her back door. It is hard to believe her, though. She's a good storyteller. But she's scared of the foot that she sees. Hey, a hallmark of a good storyteller is having real stories. Well, to me. Knocking on the window. First of all, I live about half an hour away from a small town, a few hours away from the city. Also, I live on a pretty secluded road, and I know my few neighbors as their distant cousins. My closest neighbor I know fairly well. I doubt they'd be the ones knocking. They have good lives of their own. Anyways, for the past week or even more, I've been hearing knocking on my window specifically. It's always after the sun goes down. At least, that's what I find. But just a few minutes ago, I heard it again, which is why I'm making this post. Right now it's 7:43 p.m. and my bedroom's on the bottom floor and my house is surrounded by forest. I doubt it's an animal, and if it was, they would have been pretty persistent and rather large. My window is fairly high up, and I'm almost 5'2", and all I have to do is reach my hand up to touch the bottom part of my window. To describe the knocks, they're fast. They're not hard at all. It's also not very gentle either. Just enough to let me know that whatever's on the other side is there. I don't ever open my curtain. What's the point? Ignorant is bliss. Also, I just don't want to know what's there. One of these days, maybe I'll gather the courage to look, but I doubt it. Also, the knocks never come in threes. I say this specifically because I think some people say 3 knocks are like ghosts or some devil shit. I'm just clarifying that it isn't 3, I'd say 4 or 5, but 4 sounds too short. The knocks are longer than that, and yeah, they're quick, but when I try to recreate it, 5 sounds more fitting. Oh no, never mind, just happened again. 7:50 p.m. Slow and in 3. Not disturbingly slow, but slower. Honestly, don't know what to make of this. Maybe somebody else out there will have some sort of an idea as to what this means. I am pretty skeptical, and this will probably just be another thing that I'll ignore. But I'm curious, I guess. The voice. I was 16, my father was on a business trip. So my mom let me in their bedroom, kick back on their waterbed and watch TV while she and my sister watched TV in the living room. I had a bowl of popcorn. I was watching a program, happily munching away. Suddenly it felt that it was like all sound was removed from the room, almost. It's hard to explain well, but it was as if a vacuum sucked out every existing sound of that particular moment. The television, the underlying hum of the furnace, and all the way the air flows over your ears. And then in my right ear, I heard these words spoken. "Excuse me, Kim." Now, I can't tell you if the sound of the voice was that of a male or a female. I just can't. The voice was clear, and it was strong, but that's it. I froze in place, my heart began to pound. I remember clutching my bowl of popcorn. And again, the same voice, same sound, same words in my ear. "Excuse me, Kim." However, I gained a severe blast of adrenaline and shot up from the waterbed and leapt across it. My foot jammed down between the water mattress and the wood frame and nearly snapped my leg in 2 at the shin. The bowl of popcorn flew out of my hand, and the memory of the metal bowl and the popcorn kernels flying all over the room is still very clear in my mind. It seemed to be flying in slow motion. I've been told that it's an effective like an adrenaline rush. I flew out of the bedroom and raced out to my mother and sister crying hysterically. Now, this is one of the few incidents that happened in that particular house, and I'll share more if anybody wants to hear them. And by the way, my name is Kim. (1970s Unexplained Possible Haunting). In the 1970s, I lived in what I believe to have been a haunted house. It was widely known in the town our family had just moved to. I learned this later to be haunted, and in fact the person or people that had been living in it before us supposedly moved out because he was having problems with frightening incidents in the home. Of course, our parents didn't tell myself or my little sister this information. They believed we were young and rather impressionable. They didn't want to scare us, nor did they want to blow things out of proportion. They didn't even have to tell us, especially not me. I figured it out rather quickly on my own. My first experience that I couldn't explain happened on a bright weekday in the afternoon. My sister and I were latchkey kids as our parents both worked. And at this time, my sister was 6 years old and I was 11. We rode the school bus home and went inside to have a snack and do our chores. Once done, my sister went to the neighborhood girls' house to play. I decided to take a shower. I was completely alone in the house. It was an old home built back in the early 1900s. I do believe maybe the very late 1800s, actually. I recently saw an image of the house that was taken in 1901, so I'm really not quite sure of the exact age. It was large and it was 3 stories high. Upstairs held the bathroom and 3 bedrooms. Above, through a door in the ceiling in the bathroom, an attic. I climbed into the shower and began washing off the dust and grime from a long day at school. I was lost in thought, as one often is in the shower. I was scrubbing my hair with Prel, and suddenly, there was a loud knock at the bathroom door. 3 knocks. Startled, I said, "What? I'm in the shower." I was annoyed because I was pretty sure that it must be my little sister having come in from outside to use the bathroom. But there was no answer, so what the heck? I ignored the issue. I continued to wash my hair, and after a minute or so, just as I began to rinse, 3 more knocks. Another loud knocking at the door. I jumped, my eyes were full of soap bubbles, and I was now irritated. "Nicole!" I yelled. "What the heck do you want? I'm in the shower." I strained to hear my sister through the bathroom door, but there was no answer and no sound. It felt to me, though, like someone was listening. "Quit screwing around," I said. I quickly rinsed off. I left the shower running and very carefully stepped outside the curtain, making sure not to alert anybody who might be listening. I wrapped a towel around me and waited to catch whoever was out there. I stood right at the door, my hand poised to grab the knob. I stood there for some time, and yeah, you guessed it, nothing happened. Sort of grumbled to myself, climbed back into the shower. The very second the water hit my face, there was the knock at the door. 3 knocks. This time the knocks were clearly deliberate. How did whomever know I had climbed back into the shower? This was weird now, and I knew it. I turned the shower water off and I yelled, "Who is it?" The second the last word tumbled out of my mouth, 3 knocks. It was like in one motion I pulled the curtain around me and leaned out of the tub, gripped the doorknob, and yanked the door open. The door was literally right next to the bathtub. There was no one there, no one. No giggling little sister who was interested in really playing with elaborate pranks, and she was only 6 after all. I wound up throwing on my robe, ran into my parents' room, and looked around. Then my bedroom, then my sister's next. No one was upstairs with me. I would have heard and seen anyone on the stairs. They were old, and they creaked terribly. I was suddenly scared. Something had been knocking on the door, and whatever it was, it wanted my attention. Suffice to say, it got my attention. I quickly made my way downstairs, and as I passed the window on the landing, I saw my sister and her little friend playing Barbies in the porch outdoors. It hadn't been my sister. This, as I said, was my first experience I had in that house. There were several others in that house, one of which could have killed my sister. Banging for our attention. Backstory. When I, a 28-year-old female, was younger, 7 years old, my parents and I lived with my mother's parents. Both grandparents alive and healthy, with my mom, 2 other sisters, so you can imagine the house was always busy. We've always lived as a multi-generational family. It's a custom in our culture. When I was much younger, we lived in a very lively 4-bedroom, 2-story home. My 2 aunts were in their 20s and had tons of friends. My parents had me young, so they were in the same boat. My grandparents were typical. Dad worked, Mom stayed home. So you can imagine the way our house was. People were constantly coming and going. Phones were always ringing, and somebody was always home. We had this custom where we kept our family phone in the main living room. It was on the same wall that held the stairs to the upstairs bedrooms. It was right next to the kitchen, visible from both living areas, and just right off from the garage. That way it was easily accessible no matter where you were in the house. If somebody called for another person and they were upstairs, we'd bang on the staircase wall so the whole house could hear somebody had a phone call. It was a normal occurrence for us, just banging on the wall since everybody was so young and constantly receiving phone calls. Well, fast forward a couple of years, and my grandpa passed away when I was 9. It was really hard because he was my favorite person. He took care of the family. My grandma was a stay-at-home type and pretty much her entire life, so she really wasn't prepared well enough to take over finances, bills, or just life itself without my grandpa. Unfortunately, she ended up losing the home due to some bad financial decisions and had to move in with my aunt across town. It was unfortunate, but at least my grandma had a place to go. She packed up her sentimental belongings and sold the rest and moved in with my aunt, who was thankful for this. She had just had a baby and needed some help. My grandma stayed with this aunt in San Diego, California for years and helped her raise her second baby before my aunt's husband got orders from the military that he was being stationed in Japan. For a while, it was difficult trying to find a place for my grandma to stay as extended family. It's not really allowed on base in Japan. They only really allowed immediate family, especially because my grandmother was now in her mid-70s. My other aunt didn't have the space, and another aunt unfortunately had drug issues and couldn't hold down a permanent residence longer than about a month. We all agreed that her only option was to move to Las Vegas. Whoa, that's where my mom had the space and the income to take care of my grandma. My grandma wasn't too happy as she'd never lived anywhere except San Diego, but she really didn't have a choice. A few months go by, and we're now ready to move to my grandma, or rather, move my grandma. That way my aunt can pack up her place and sell it and get out of town. My family and I made a trip down to San Diego to get my grandma, and move her and say her goodbyes to my auntie. At this point, my grandma is fully moved into my mom's home, and that's where she's sleeping upstairs in one of my brothers, which were twins, 12 years old, room, at least for the time being. She was waiting for my bedroom, which was downstairs with a private bathroom, to become available. My husband and I just started dating back then, and we decided to move in together for fun since this kind of gave me an excuse to be nice and spend more time with him. My grandma had been in Las Vegas for about 4 days now. Still getting adjusted, but she enjoyed it because, well, her casino was now a 10-minute drive. One night my husband and I had just come back home to my parents' home at 2 a.m. We were just getting back from going out. We stopped to get some food and ate at my mom's kitchen. We're talking and laughing in sort of a whispered tone because my mom's house was sort of, well, tile, and it was 2 a.m., so we didn't want to wake anyone up. A few minutes go by, and I hear a loud banging coming from the kitchen wall. That's where my bathroom and bedroom is, on the opposite side. So I figured, okay, my brothers must be awake in my room because they always played video games on my computer. Went to go into my room and lights were off. Room was still. Nothing was happening. We shrugged it off and considered that maybe it came from upstairs where my parents' bedroom was. Maybe they dropped something, or it came from my brother's room and they were playing rough as they always did. A couple of minutes go by. The banging starts again. This time we were certain it came from the kitchen wall. I looked at my husband and told him to quit messing with me and making so much noise. I told him he's kicking the floor or something. He stood up and yelled, "I'm not doing anything." The banging started again. It was 3 loud bangs on the kitchen wall. Freaked out, I looked at him and said, "Okay, if it's not you, it has to be something from upstairs." So, he and I went upstairs, turned on some of the lights and saw the loft was empty. We checked my parents' room, they're both sleeping and snoring. I checked my brother's and grandma's room in fear that she fell and needed us, but her lights were off, and she was sleeping too. Then I got mad, and I was so sure it was my brother's. Went to their room and saw the light off. They were notorious for fake sleeping, so I went in and tried to shake them awake and even lightly poked their tummy. They're ticklish. So, that way they would have woken up, but nope, they were out cold too. My husband and I are freaking out at this point, decided to go back downstairs and finish what's left of our food and go to bed. Got back to the kitchen, and the banging happened again in 3 quick but loud bangs. We had enough, so we threw our food in the trash, left, and went to his parents for the night. On the way there, I openly joked about how my grandma must have just followed, or rather, grandpa must have followed my grandma here and told us to go to bed. But now, several years later, I'm certain he was there and checking out my grandma to make sure she's comfortable, and saw us up way too late at night. It must have been his only way to get her attention, just like how he did when he was alive. Who did I just see? The thing. A few months ago, I started seeing this thing in my lounge room. It was the shape of a really tall person, but lacked any distinguishing shape, so sort of like looking through clear contacts. I'd see it in the same few spots in my lounge room, but it's preferred to hang out in the front of the fridge or in this one spot near my front door. I have a fuse box on the wall right next to where I'd see it near my front door, and it liked being near the fridge, so maybe it has something to do with the electricity, just a thought. I stopped seeing whatever this thing was about a month ago, but that's not to say that things have been normal. The alarm. Last month I was woken at 12:52 a.m. by an alarm going off in my lounge room. Annoying as fuck considering I'm disabled, so I couldn't get out of bed to investigate. Thank flip I keep my ears plugs with me at night in case my cat wants to be a meowy little turd and wake me up. Highly recommend to anybody with a vocal pet. This alarm kept going off every night at 12:52 a.m. until the source of the beeping was discovered. My digital clock alarm had been set to that time, but it wasn't me that did it. I don't even know how to, and I hadn't touched it since daylight savings, which was months ago. But that's not the weird part. That afternoon, I got a message on Facebook regarding a friend I've known since high school. He died that night at 12:52 a.m. from cancer at the age of 33. A few people have pointed out the significance to the number 3. His birthday is August 23rd, if that means anything. What happened today? My disability, C4-5, incomplete quadriplegic, limits a lot of things I can do. I don't and can't drive, and I rely on a power wheelchair to get around town. I go downtown a few days a week to go get groceries or socialize or add to my ever-growing list of art supplies. I was about halfway down to downtown when a friend who I'm going to call Beck, they FaceTimed me. We hadn't chatted for a while, so her call was a nice surprise. Chatted for a bit, and I can hold my phone up and drive my power chair at the same time because I'm good at multitasking. That was before I saw this guy walking toward me. I should also mention that I have poor self-esteem and bad social anxiety, so what I did was mostly out of bravery and sort of showing off to my Beck. Sort of maybe even stirred on by having an audience to show off to, really, and I'm 31 and he looked to be in his mid-20s. This man was, no joke, the most attractive being I think I've ever laid eyes on. I'm talking I can't say these names, Ian Somerhalder. Ryan Reynolds, Zac Efron, and Taylor Lautner in one person. Sorry. He had what looked like a phone in his hand, and he was wearing jeans and a casual shirt. It's winter here, so what he was wearing was out of place, and he was walking in my direction tripping over myself now. And as our paths were about to cross, I blurted out, "What's cooking, good looking? Original, I know." He looked up in what looked like genuine surprise and mumbled something I didn't even catch. Beck asked who I was talking to, so I held up my phone so she could see him as he went past. But there was no one there, and when we looked on the screen or anywhere else, turned my chair around in case he'd stopped, but the whole footpath was empty. There's nowhere for him to go. Just an empty footpath on the side of the building that has no doors. I thought that story was going to go very differently. The house in the mountains. Was it a ghost? I recently wrote about a maybe haunted house I lived in when I was a kid, in the strange encounters that occurred when we lived there. Recent events and recovery of some repressed memories of things that occurred in that house sort of got me thinking about a few things. Things I may have overlooked before now. Some of the memories that have resurfaced recently aren't ones that happened in the house that was supposedly haunted, but in an old farmhouse a few hours' drive that my dad purchased for visitation purposes after my parents' separation. Some of the memories I've gotten back are like tiny sections added to the memories I already had, completing the memory but altering the scene entirely. Thus, the reason for my retelling of these events. Me and my siblings moved around a lot with our mom growing up, due to my parents separating and the bitter non-divorce and custody dispute of me and my two siblings. They almost got married, but didn't happen, so Dad dodged a big bullet there. When I was 2, Mom was still pregnant with my sister, we moved to a small town with a population of about 800. Please read my previous post regarding the strange things that happened in that house. The weird things that happened to that house that we lived at with our mom only started after our dad purchased an old farmhouse a few hours' drive from where me, my mom, and my two siblings were living at the time. Deja. We lived with our mom, but spent the occasional weekend with Dad at his house on the farm. My dad owned that house from when I was 3 until about 9, when I was maybe 5 or 6. That's when the events of this story took place. This farm was high up in the mountains, extremely isolated and aptly named Mount Hopeless. Damn, it's in Victoria if you want to see it yourself. The 20-minute drive from the closest town took us on a swervy dirt road, driving through thick vegetation and massive gum trees as far as the eyes could see, with the occasional clearing that looked out to valleys, kangaroos, and more bush. And to top off the already spooky vibe of the area, we'd pass crazy Mary's house to get to Dad's farm. She was a hermit, lived in a rundown house in the mountains who mostly kept to herself. Although the locals at the time knew to stay away from her. Picture Eleanor Abernathy throwing cats at you. That's what she looked like. Ratty black hair that hadn't met a comb in years. Clothes that looked like they were close to calcification and dirt adorning her face. She had some feral cats that she fed and lived on her own. I might have seen somebody else near her house a few times, but I was a kid, so I can't be sure. But we didn't have much to do with her, except for the time when our cats stalled outside her house on the bend in the road. Gotta add some oil. But we got out before she had a chance to throw cats at us. The farm was near the end of the road, with a gate at the end of the road that belonged to the neighbor in the next property. It was a long dirt road and a clearing, with a fence running the length of the clearing on the left and the view of Dad's house as we entered the clearing. I remember there was a really old and run-down house on the right. It was complete with a water tank rusted to shreds by age and abandonment. There's no fence visible from what I can recall, but I do remember how unsettled it made me feel. Spooky cabin in the woods vibe. Whole area did, if I'm being completely honest. At the end of the road was the gate that led to the house. Oh, when I say it was an old house, I mean it was old. Look up old Australian farmhouses to get an idea what it looked like. It was on 100 acres of farmland, very discluded from the rest of the world. It had the front veranda that spanned the length of the house with 2 large windows on either side of the front door and a big brick chimney sprouting out of the side of the house. At the back of the house were stairs. They led up to the back veranda and the outside of the house, or rather the outside on the left as you reached the top, which I hated going into. Picture sitting on a frozen wood slab at the top of a poo pit with spiders everywhere. No, thank you. As you go inside the house, you see a large wood table in the kitchen to your right, an open sunroom of sorts on your left with bunk beds that we slept in when we visited, and along the far right was the biggest wood stove fireplace I've ever seen. Had a chimney big enough for Santa's yearly visits. Well, that's good. Down the short hall between the kitchen and the sunroom were 2 rooms. My dad's room on the right and the spare room on the left. I can't recall why, but I didn't sleep in that spare room. But come to think of it, I don't remember much about that room. The only memory I have in there is opening a cupboard and there was a live bat inside. Fun times. The Boogeyman. I was about 4 or 5 when I first started seeing what I referred to as the Boogeyman. Took my afternoon nap in Dad's room because it was away from the kitchen and rather quiet. One day during my nap, I was woken up by the feeling of being watched. It only felt like seconds since I'd fallen asleep before I was woken by this feeling. Opening my eyes in the fog of sleep, I saw what looked like my brother standing at the door with what looked like a sheet over his head. I told him to go away, but my demand got no response. He just stood there staring at me. My complaints to my parents fell on deaf ears, though. They'd always tell me that he was out on the farm. I always chalked this up to my brother being a turd, just trying to scare me. The never-ending sibling torment, that's the job description of being a sibling, really. That's what I thought, too, until the rest of that memory came to light. One day during my nap, I was woken up to the familiar feeling of being gaped at. And by this point, I'd had enough. I stomped out of bed as fast as I could and ran for where my brother was standing. Only he wasn't there anymore. I looked down the hall, and there was no one there. The front door was closed, and the house felt empty. Not the way it felt seconds prior. It's like it just vanished. I abandoned my nap to head outside in search of where my brother went, but what I saw when I went outside stopped me in my tracks. My brother was up near the chook pen, nowhere near the house. If that wasn't him, then who the hell was it that I saw? The other part of the memory that has resurfaced is what this thing looked like. In my young mind, I always saw my brother with a sheet over his head. I guess that's what my mind created to make sense of what I was seeing. It looked like a person, but it was white and semi-transparent and had a feeling of aliveness to it. I don't know what it was or why it watched me sleep. The creaking floorboards. It's natural for an old house to creak and move with the wind, but the noises that came out of that house at night were unsettling, to say the least. During the night, I would hear noises like somebody walking on the floor, but at random intervals. The areas of the house, it's like things were happening simultaneously. An audible creak coming from the kitchen, followed by what sounded like a creak coming from the spare room. Then back to the kitchen. But there was nobody there ever. My dad was just snoring away happily in his room, and I could hear the top bunk springs creaking. Definitely wasn't my brother either then. My sister, by the way, was too young to stay at the farm unsupervised, so she didn't stay there very often. The things that happened in that house were tame in comparison to some of the weird things that happened at the house we lived at with Mom. But the timeline of events and recent memories have me thinking, could a spirit have followed us to the other house? I'm still not 100% sure what it was that I saw, and this happened about 25 years ago. Could be remembering it wrong, or maybe I created an imaginary friend. I'm a skeptic, though, and through, too, and regardless of what I think I saw as a kid, so what's your take? An overactive imagination or something more? Since I still have a fever, I have the urge to say it again. Veranda, San Diego. Who was knocking? I was at the bed on my phone listening to music. I was basically the only person home because Mom was buying groceries or something, and my little brother, that we're going to call Alex, was at our cousin's place having fun. Before I get to the story, you have to know the layout of the place. Our bedroom, where I was, had a wooden door to our balcony, and at the balcony our cousin's window is close to it. So whenever we wanted to go to their place, we just used their window as a shortcut to go there instead of walking outside and getting to their front door. Note: it wasn't dangerous. The window was big enough for an adult man to squeeze through, so it wasn't hard for most to come in. Your aunt made accommodations for us, at least whenever we would say we wanted to come in, so we didn't get into an accident. On with the story. Like I said, I was on my phone listening to my music. I had my headphones plugged in because I could practically hear my brother and my cousins laughing, just being loud. I don't know when it started, but in the middle of my music I could hear this beat, otherwise known as the knocks. I forgot to say that the wooden door has a lock that can only be opened inside the bedroom, so whenever Alex got locked at the balcony, he'd knock and call my name. Well, I didn't hear my name getting called, so I thought it was just weird beat in the music. But then minutes later, it was still there. Now I started doubting if it was music, because it didn't fit the rhythm at all. So I paused and listened, and it continued. The knock was unlike Alex's knock, and it was more like an annoyed, loud knocking and yelling my name with irritation. This one was consistent. I don't know how to say it, but it was a weird kind of knock, and ever since then, from the start, it didn't change its pace. The sound basically was the opposite of his, and I thought it was Alex, so I waited for him to call. Eventually, I just got annoyed and got out of bed and opened the lock, which makes a loud clicking sound when opened. But the knock didn't stop, so I opened the door while saying, "What the heck, Alex is knocking, what do you know?" The moment I opened the door, the knocking stopped. At first, I was confused because the knocking stopped the moment I opened the door. Our aunt looked through the window and said, "Alex is right here, I think." At first, I thought they were pranking me, but even before Aunt denied it, I knew it wasn't true. First of all, yes, the window was close, but not that close that you'd get in there within a nanosecond. And the knocking was just so consistent, never changing, very unlike Alex's. Aunt's reply was, "Promise we didn't prank you. Nobody went to go knock at your door either." When I was 8 years old, something grabbed my leg and tried to get up. When I was 8 years old, my family, being my father, my mother, and my sister, were going through a difficult economic situation. Therefore, we lived in a rental house. It wasn't bad. The bad thing is that there is an abandoned house just opposite of it. There was the door, and if you went to a path to the right, it was the exit to the street. But to the left, you entered an alley between our house and an abandoned house in a very bad condition. That house was literally falling. It was made of a rock-like material, but maybe a little bit stronger. My sister and I went there to see what we found. But our parents told us to be careful, since in the quote-unquote living room of that house, there was a big hole that was a noria. That was a noria. And from what we had heard, the people who'd lived there since, their children had fallen there. We could never really check if it was true or not, but something strange happened in both houses. On one occasion before the title happened, I remember seeing a girl jumping in the middle of the living room of my house, and while at night and everyone was sleeping, I was unlucky that my bed was right in the front of the front door that led to the living room, and since we were not well enough economically, we turned off all of the lights when sleeping. It was quite scary, and the only logical explanation I give is that with so much fear that I may be imagined. One night, already almost a year before we left that house, I remember that I was asleep in bed or trying to sleep. I was in that position when your legs are hanging out of the bed, so I feel something grab my foot and raises. I move and, quote-unquote, it drops. I get angry and I see my sister at the door and immediately think it was her. I start to ask her why she did that, and she just says, "Do what?" My sister had a computer with a webcam, and just at that moment she left it on recording a video in that room. When we reviewed it, I could see how nobody took my leg. Simply, the leg rose alone. But I felt that somebody took it. It's something to which today I cannot explain. Glad they returned it. My dead dad is haunting my mom. Backstory. My dad passed away in 2015. He was 64, so not super young, but it was a shock to us all because all four of my grandparents are still alive and well. We obviously didn't expect for him to die before them. So my mom says that she felt like she was, or rather he, was still around, and still around the house after he died. She would see shadows, hear footsteps. Kind of chalked it up to her just being alone now in a house where they used to be together. I didn't live there at the time, but did live there a couple of years later in 2017, mid-2019. In 2017, her father, my grandpa, died as well. Overall, she does believe in spirits and ghosts, and used to be quite Christian. She's had paranormal experiences and pretty open-minded and realistic. Her first guess isn't always like, "Oh, ghost." She tried to figure it out logically before going to any paranormal conclusions as to not freak herself out. The experience. In late 2018, in the time I was living with her, I had a boyfriend whose house I would stay at a few times a week. As you do. She said that one night when I wasn't there, she woke up in the middle of the night because she felt something was watching her. She opened her eyes and recalls a large, shadowy face. Didn't have super defined features, but like a floating egg head with indents for eyes. No body. She flung herself out of bed, screaming, and threw a chair at it, scaring the shit out of my dog and cat who sleep in the bed with her. I don't know if they sensed anything. I don't think she can remember, except she screamed and got up and they jumped too and disappeared into thin air. She turned on the lights and waited, but eventually fell back asleep. I don't know how she fell asleep after something like that. The next night she woke up again in the middle of the night, but this time to a glowing white orb above her in bed. She says it was the size of a pomelo. She again got scared and started screaming and kind of flailing her arms. The orb floated slowly out of the room, unlike the face that just sort of dissipated. When I came home a couple of days later, she told me what happened. I immediately was freaked out and also confused. What are these two things doing? Battling dark versus light? And so we went to a Ouija shop and got crystals. Yep, we like crystals and we believe in energy and all that. She said things subsided for a while, but one night, again as I was away for the night, she was getting ready for bed. She said she felt a need to turn around while brushing her teeth, so that way she was facing the bedroom. When she turned, she saw a blurry gray man run and jump into the bed, like diving into a pool. Disappeared into it. She said it didn't feel very malicious, and she was spooked, but still went to bed. The next day, she told me about the third experience, and I freaked. I'm telling her to get a shaman in this house quick, especially as I'm set to be moving out of her house and kind of far away. So now she's going to be alone? No, not on my watch. She's done some work with this particular shaman before, so the shaman knows us and our family quite a bit. She does some Reiki work as well over my mom, gives her instructions on how to proceed and get the spirits out of her house. I do this ritual with her, and so far she hasn't had any more spirits around her room at night. Sometimes, the shaman said to her, though, has stuck with me ever since. My first guess, when thinking about the entities coming to my mom at night, is that it was my dad. First black shadowy face, and then my grandpa, her dad, as the glowing orb. My dad and grandpa didn't really get along. My grandpa was very protective of my mom and never thought my dad was the best man for her. But then I'm thinking, why would my dad be a dark, shadowy face? That unfortunately makes sense, even though I wouldn't like it to. He was a difficult man, and his opinion was going to finish life too soon. He wasn't ready to go. But let's go back to the shaman. She practices some past life guided meditations, and in her Reiki work with my mom told her that my dad was essentially stuck to her. Why? Because they had many past lives together. Cute, right? No, fuck no. Apparently, in every past life before this one, he had outlived her. The shaman said he had basically done anything to remain the survivor. So, killed her, let her die. The shaman said that she saw it all there, and that he couldn't let go of my mom in this life because he was pissed that he went first. Yikes. I honestly wish I could be like, no, that's crazy. Dad wouldn't kill Mom or hurt her or haunt her, but the fucked part is that I can totally see it. Makes sense to me. Hurts my heart to admit that, but I can see that my dad being somebody who puts himself before everyone else, he didn't really think he deserved to die. He even admitted once to my mom, as she was taking care of him throughout his sickness, that if the tables were turned, he probably wouldn't have stuck around to take care of her. Something listening to my friend and I in the middle of the woods at night. Me and my friend, both 17, were on a holiday at a resort in Norwich, which is situated in a pretty large forest. I'd been there once before, about 5 or so years ago, and on that trip I discovered a small dirt path that led to an uninhabited part of the woods. I was too scared to go very far down when I first discovered it and sort of forgot about it. Fast forward to about 3 days ago. And me and my friend are bored and have like an hour to kill. It's about 9 at this point. I decide that I would have maybe some fun and go on an evening cycle in the woods. My friend is a very skeptical person and a logical person who isn't a fan of taking risks, so she needed some convincing. But eventually we went. The path took us deep into the forest, so far that we could no longer see any of the lights from the houses around us. It also bordered some kind of field. However, this field was blocked off by a tall metal fence that was topped with barbed wire. We decided to turn back after about 30 minutes of cycling. It was getting dark and we had no torches. When we returned, we were buzzing and decided that we had to do that again, but next time explore more of the path. 2 days later, we decided it's a good time to explore more of the path. The sun is beginning to set. It seems like the perfect time to set off. We begin cycling, however, this time things feel different. My friend is getting quite antsy. Further down the path we go, it gets even more so, and even I begin to get a bit freaked out. Something feels wrong, but we decide to carry on. Eventually, we come to this unexplored area, and by this point, night had fallen and it's pitch black. We come across some kind of wooden electricity box. We stare at it for a second, and I try to see what's inside, but decide it's futile. We carry on. As soon as we pass that box, the off feeling becomes much worse. I come to a stop. I ask my friend if we should play some music from a well-known TV show that we both like, as the soundtrack would match the vibe of biking through unknown woods at night. You can probably guess what TV show it is, but anyways. Nope. She says yes, so I begin trying to get the music up on my Spotify. I had no signal, but that shouldn't have been an issue since I had the album downloaded, but it just wouldn't load. I was very absorbed in trying to get it to work, but after a minute my friend says in a nervous voice, "Is that coming from your phone?" Confused, I go silent. And then I hear it too. I can very faintly hear a song playing. The song is one that recently blew up because it was used in the TV show, and not only that, but the part of that's playing the chorus, which is not at the start of the song. Me and my friend both check our phones, but neither are playing anything. We both then book it back on our bikes. When we reach the edge of the woods, we both feel the vibes just kind of wash away instantly. When we got home, we both immediately checked any possible way the music came from our phones. We both asked our Series to play that album, but they both say, "I need you to give me access to your Spotify," or something like that. We also checked multiple other things, but nothing was giving us any answers. We were both thoroughly freaked out, and especially my friend who's a skeptic and always disapproved of my stories and horror movies I'd tell her about. I'm a big horror fan. We went back to the path the next day. Even went back to the exact spot, and the vibes were completely gone. We could find no trace that any other person had been there. Also, some additional information. It was about 9:30ish when we heard the music. It was completely dark out, so if somebody was there, we wouldn't have been able to see them. However, we would have heard footsteps at least. The resort itself is close to an RAF base of some kind, and the music itself sounded quite reverby. Stopped pretty much as soon as we began booking it back, at least I think. Paranormal experience in a dream. Background information. My 27-year-old female granddad, alrighty then, died 25 years ago when I was 2.5. Okay, I'm assuming you, miss, are a 27-year-old female, and your granddad died 25 years ago when you were 2.5 years old. So, never really knew the person, just through stories that my parents and other family told me. The photographs of him that I've seen. So this dream happened a couple of weeks back now. It's really shaken me up a bit, and I dreamed I was at a garden party in the garden of the house my granny and granddad had owned when granddad was alive. Granny moved to a small ground floor flat after granddad died, and she didn't like being alone in a big house. I was sat on a garden bench next to my mother, chatting. That's when I saw the garden gate open. People I didn't recognize were walking through. They were dressed in white, and then walking amongst them I saw Grandpa. He saw me, and Mom came over to us. I remember we hugged, and it felt like such a real hug. It still feels real thinking back on it now. How tight he held me and how warm he felt. Kissed my cheek and told me how proud he was of me, and how well I'd grown up, and then he told my mom what a beautiful young lady I'd become. Then he said he was sorry that he couldn't stay longer, but he was so happy to have seen me now all grown up and that he's so proud of me and he loved me so much. I remember I told him I loved him too and started sobbing as we hugged again. Then I sat back down on the garden bench next to Mom and watched him as he disappeared into the crowd of people wearing white and headed towards the gate, and when I woke up, it felt like I'd been crying when I woke up as well. I couldn't feel any tears on my face, but I was breathing really heavily. I felt shaky. Any thoughts or opinions on why this would be appreciated? I don't really know whether to believe it was really Granddad visiting or not. I've had dreams about my late grandparents and my great-grandparents before, but not for a long time and not like this. They've always sort of been a dream based around a past memory of them, like a dream of helping Grandma make Sunday lunch. Never a conversation or meeting like this one. Haunted mirror in rental house. This happened 6 months ago in a house I moved into with a roommate. She had lived there for a year prior. Once I moved in, we started rearranging the living room. I need to note that there were old bedroom sets in the basement from the original owners of the house, bed frames and dressers and mirrors. Back to the living room, there was a mirror on the wall opposite the fireplace with a mirror above the mantel. The mirror opposite the fireplace came from the basement. It was hung up by the girl that lived there before I moved in. So I take the mirror off the wall, and as we're putting our TV in that spot and prop it up against the wall, perpendicular to the wall, it was hung until we can figure out where to put it. This is when we started to notice the weird things happening and hadn't quite realized the mirror could be the issue. There's a cot in the basement that was set up apparently by the owner of the house if he ever came to town. Weird in my opinion, but whatever. Well, the lights above the cot randomly stopped working, and that corner of the basement just started to have an eerie vibe. I tell my roommate this when we go down to investigate. What we found scared the shit out of us. Bare footprints on the cot seemingly pacing back and forth side to side. No one in their right mind would walk barefoot down there as it's dirty and there's been rats. We measured our feet next to the prints, and while roughly the same length, they were way too wide to be either of ours. A couple of days later, I'm down in the basement doing laundry. Make my dog come down here with me because it's so creepy. He wouldn't stop staring at that corner that was containing the cot. I felt I was being watched. A moment later, the lights above the washer and dryer started flickering, so I got the hell out of there. The same day later in the afternoon, I'm standing in the living room on the phone with my brother talking about work with my back to this mirror propped against the floor. My dog starts growling and aggressively barking. My initial thought was both mine and my roommate's dog were behind me fighting over a toy. So I snapped at them to stop, and I turned around and it was just my dog staring into the mirror. But he wasn't looking at his reflection. By the way, he's 5 years old and has seen his reflection thousands of times. It doesn't concern him. So that freaked me out. And that's when I started connecting dots. I had a betta fish in a tank on one side of the mirror. My roommate had a cool palm tree-like plant on the other side. My fish died suddenly and the plant wasn't doing well no matter her efforts. I have to note I had been telling my roommate that the mirror seemed warped because I felt I looked horrible and fat when I saw myself and walking into that room, and she apparently had also noticed this. So I bring my mirror theory to her, and she immediately grabs the mirror and puts it in our detached garage in the backyard. We both felt better about that the next day. Went out back to smoke and it was raining, so I opened the garage door for some shelter. A fluorescent bulb was on the floor in the middle of the garage as though it had fallen. But it was not in a place that would have seemingly landed and completely was unbroken. It's like someone laid it there. I had to look up, see the mirror facing me, and get the fuck out. Explained this to my roommate, and we immediately grabbed the mirror to walk it across the street to Goodwill. Super convenient in this moment. She was holding it by the wire it hung on for years. The moment it reached the edge of the property, the wire snaps. The mirror fell to the ground without breaking. This thing did not want to leave. We get it across the street and leave it. The next day, the light in the basement started working, and we had no other weird experiences. Score. Little humanoids fishing. I grew up in a small town in the southern Oregon coast. There wasn't a whole lot for a teenager to do there, so we had to get a little bit creative. One of her favorite activities was to drive around and appreciate the raw natural beauty of the area, and explore the many trails, vistas, beaches, and such. We would greatly enhance the experience by taking a threshold dose, 100 UG of Lucy. This, of course, is not smart and could have gone horribly wrong. Lucy. UG. We were on a night voyage one time. A night voyage. There were 3 of us in my 91 Honda Accord, and we found ourselves in Crescent City, California at around 3 a.m. The town appeared eerily vacant as we aimlessly cruised its streets. Coastal fog blanketed the silent city. Suddenly, a massive beam of light level with the ground passed over us. About 50 feet into the air. Kept happening. Each time I could hear and feel it smoothly ripping through the sky. Filled with excitement, we began driving toward the source, which of course was a lighthouse. We all got out and enjoyed watching the beam for a while. Then we noticed a pier stretching out over the water. We walked down and onto the wooden pier, and we noticed that we were not alone. About halfway down the pier was a group of 4 or 5 small figures. They were a little surprised to see anyone out there. We were all feeling spooked, but unable to make the decision to turn around, we kept walking. "Just act normal," said one of my friends. We awkwardly walked right past 3 figures. They were 4 feet tall at most, covered head to toe in a patchwork of brown fabric complete with hoods, face covers, and gloves. They carried with them some kind of woven baskets. They sound like Jawas. We were very spooked, and my heart was racing, but they seemed even more agitated by our presence, making very odd click and squeak sounds to each other that kind of scrambled around us as we passed them. It was very odd, and we noticed that the pier was covered in sea life. There were fish flopping around us here and there, many crabs skittering around, and some of them finding their way over to the edge and back into the water. Fresh clumps of seaweed. None of us looked back for a while, and when we did, we saw that they were leaving. We watched, dumbfounded, as they exited the pier and all piled into a Ford Taurus station wagon and drove away. I can picture that. Relieved that they were gone, we all stood at the end of the pier for quite a while, discussing this weird situation while the beam continued circling the sky. We all had witnessed the same thing. We were high, but not hallucinating. Did our enhanced state of awareness allow us to see them when they're normally cloaked to normal humans? How did all of the sea life get up onto the pier? It was a good 10 feet off the water. Did they haul it out with a net and dump it onto the pier to collect with their wicker baskets? That would be really heavy for those little guys. But it seemed like, however they did do it, they were harvesting seafood. We referred to them afterwards as Ewoks, even though you wouldn't be able to tell if they were furry or not. That's why I said Jawas. Crescent City is surrounded by redwood forest, which is where Ewoks live, right? So, I don't know what they were, but they were very real. They didn't seem to be human. I feel like I should know most slang for drugs because I'm male. Lucy and UG of Lucy. Since I don't know exactly what drug that is, and you're seeing anything from Star Wars in real life, I might want to blame it on those drugs that you were doing. Who knows? The ghost encounter that made me believe. This happened about a decade ago. I was 18 at the time. I was dating a boy for about a month, and we're going to call him B. B was also completely dismissive of the idea that ghosts are real. Even more dismissive than I was. He thought the idea of religion, spirits, aliens, etc. were all bizarre fantasies. About a month into our relationship, he decided it was time I met his parents. I, being a gothic quote-unquote teen, was extremely nervous, but I reluctantly agreed. He picked me up and drove us to his apartment to meet them. Upon walking through the front door, his mother sat on the couch with her 2 dogs, which were chihuahuas, one brown and one black, and to the left of me and his father stood in the kitchen entryway to the right of me. He introduced me, and we made pleasant small talk. I was so focused on the conversation and my nerves that I hardly noticed the dogs barking. That was at least until his mother yelled, "Quiet!" to stop him. We chatted for about 20 minutes, then headed out for our weekend plans. About a week later, he invited me over again. His parents weren't home, and upon arriving, I noticed only one dog was there. The dog was less timid this time, so I bent down to pet her. B told me her name and a bit of her backstory, how they adopted her and all that. I then asked him about the black dog and how he got a puzzled look in his face. What black dog? The one that was here the last time? It looks just like this one, only it's black. Belle was the only dog here. He looked at me in pure disbelief and told me they'd had a dog like that, but it had died a few months ago. I told him the dog had a white stripe down its chest and a blue collar with a bow on it, and his jaw hit the floor. He led me down the hallway and showed me a photo on the wall of the 2 dogs together, and my description perfectly matched it. A photo that could not be seen from the front door where I had stood during my entire last visit, by the way. We tried for a solid hour to make this make sense. I couldn't have gotten every single detail right down to the collar. It wasn't something seen from the corner of my eye. I stared right at this dog for 20 solid minutes. It was hardly 5 feet away from me. It was coming up occasionally to sniff my shoes and barking as any dog would at a newcomer, and well, I undoubtedly saw this dog. And to this day I can see the scene in my mind very clearly. I don't have any history of mental illness or hallucinations, and I've never experienced anything like this. There was nothing strange about its appearance. It was really pretty clear. It wasn't floating or any of that. It looked like any dog, except somehow it wasn't there and nobody saw it but me. During our relationship, we would often recall that experience and how strange it was. 10 years later, I still rack my brain trying to make it make sense, and it just doesn't. Have any of you ever seen a ghost, or specifically a ghost of an animal? Or had anybody had an experience like this one? I've questioned my sanity for a decade because of this experience. Unexplainable bathroom light at 3:33 a.m. Yesterday morning at 3:33 a.m. exactly, I was laying in bed with my boyfriend. And earlier that night in the car, we were having a discussion on whether we believed in ghosts and how they'd appear and whatnot, and we both agreed that we have a sense there's some kind of paranormal, but didn't go much deeper with it. We were hanging out in bed and we were getting ready to sleep, and that's when I heard the click of the bathroom door. I kept telling him I heard the knob click shut, and he kept telling me he remembers shutting it. The bathroom door is right across from my bedroom, so I was staring at it and the light was on the inside. I could see through the outline of the door, and I remember using the bathroom, and I'm forgetful sometimes about closing the door and shutting the light off, so I can't really remember the state of the bathroom, but I knew I heard it click. He kept assuring me that he shut it. My cats were being loud, but they weren't by the bathroom. As I kept telling him about it, I looked away for a split second and heard another click, but it was the sound the light makes. I looked back, and the light was now off. I no longer saw this outline. I was scared as shit, so I grabbed my phone because I thought there was possibly an intruder. The time was exactly 3:33 a.m. I know it's silly, but it seemed so odd and the air felt so uncomfortable. I kept believing there might be somebody in there, somehow thinking logically after 5 minutes of panicking. We found items in the room to defend ourselves with. turned on all the lights outside the bathroom, then opened the door to discover an empty bathroom. I've been living in this apartment since July, never witnessing anything off other than the feeling of being scared when he... I've been living in this apartment since July, never witnessing anything off other than feeling kind of scared when he doesn't stay the night with me and having nightmares. Excuse me. The person in which I took over the lease never mentioned nothing spooky happening, but it is sort of an older complex that was renovated. I've only ever woken up at 3:33 once while staying at a friend's house. The feeling eerie because it's the spooky hour. Plus, I remember vividly having a weird dream that woke me up but don't remember the details. Anyone else have word occurrences of this hour? I feel crazy as hell. Did I see a ghost? So I work in a hospital doing MRIs, and every day our patient list consists of inpatients and outpatients. The MRI room is located directly next to the CT room along a corridor that also has rooms for fluoroscopy, DEXA scans, all that stuff. This corridor is maybe 20 feet long, maybe a little longer. So CT brought an elderly patient down, and all the staff along the corridor can see her. Everybody can see that she obviously isn't well. She's not screaming or in pain or anything, just very quiet with glazed over eyes, not really moving. She's very wild hair and sort of sticks up in all directions. So I go about my business, checking on all the other patients and whatnot, and getting them checklisted, which takes 5-7 minutes per person. And as I'm walking back into the office, I see a crash team running toward me, heading toward the CT room. At this point, I couldn't see the elderly lady anymore. I hear a commotion. I couldn't tell at the time exactly what was happening, but it turns out that the elderly patient had passed away in the table as they were positioning her and preparing her for her scan. Everyone in the scanning area is a little bit distressed, but gets on with their work. We eventually finish scanning our last outpatient, and I'm shutting down the department and getting everything ready for the next day. Gonna get more gowns from along the corridor, and as I go to leave and walk past the CT room, at this point it's just me and 2 other colleagues, I and another colleague hear a sound of the hospital bed wheels approaching our area. Apart from the 3 of us, the department is empty. Me and the other guy both turn around, and at the end of the corridor we see a figure standing there. It's not moving, has the same wild hair as the elderly lady. Now, I'm not really a superstitious person, but this really did get to me and my colleagues. No one should be there apart from the 3 of us, but we can see each other and know where each other are. We went back into the MRI room and questioned what we saw. We all saw a figure. We all recognized the hair. We all saw something or someone standing still. We decided that it was best to leave the MRI room. We did this together because we were a little bit shaken. When we head back out, there's no one there, but the lights are off along the whole corridor. From the very top, past the imaging rooms, including CT, leading to our department, the 3 of us decide to leave our bags and other belongings in the lockers and head straight to security to ask if they'd seen anything, which they said they hadn't. They escort us back in, we grab our bits with lightning speed and hightail it out of there. As I mentioned, I'm not a superstitious person. I wouldn't say I believe in ghosts per se, but I have no other explanation as to what I saw. Could it have just been my mind playing tricks on me after a long and stressful shift? I saw her literally minutes before she died, and could it have been her spirit lingering? I work there and haven't seen anything else, but walking past CT gets my heart going. It makes me feel physically sick. I'm with you on the feeling physically sick. But I'm still here and chugging along. Hope you guys are too. Sweet dreams. See ya. Welcome to Paranormal M. where stories aren't just told, they're summoned from the depths of the unseen. Every tale unravels another chilling mystery, each more haunting than the last. Don't forget to subscribe and tap the bell. You never know what might be hiding in the next episode. Paranormal or not, I'm afraid. I went into foster care at the age of 8 in 2004. And my story started the following year, 2005, I think. At this time, I didn't know about the paranormal. And I certainly didn't believe in ghosts, demons, and other things. I was in a children's home, and it was early afternoon, if I remember correctly. For some reason that day, I was left alone in the wing where I lived. I can't remember where everyone else was, though. I remember sitting on a couch that gave me a bit of a view of the hall where the bedrooms were. I remember staring off into space down the hallway. That's when I noticed a shape emerging from the room I was sleeping in. We shifted rooms every so often. It was an old porcelain doll, though she looked brand new. She had long, curly, dark brown hair, pink and white checkered patterned dress. Well, as I was watching, she darted from my room to a room opposite of mine. I remembered being terrified. Quickly ran and checked both mine and the boy's room. One other thing I recently recalled was several times things of mine would go missing only to show up in obvious places. An example would be my glasses disappearing off the glasses rack only to show up underneath the computer desk where I was accused of lying. Fast forward several years. I'm with my permanent foster family out in a ranch in the plains. Odd things again started to happen. We moved into an old farmhouse, 100 years old. It was on my foster parents' daughter and sons-in-law's land. A couple of times I would be asleep only to be awoken by what feels like someone punching my face when no one was near me. I didn't think anything odd about it at the time. It was more of an annoyance to my 12-year-old self. I'd hear voices and see shadows, but by that time I had entirely accepted that as normal. Didn't talk about that with anyone. I had begun getting into scary movies and such while my foster parents were in town overnights or late nights. I think that fed into the problem more. Fast forward to 2014. I just graduated from high school, highly depressed and highly hating my life. I'd gotten my first apartment and my first job while my friends and classmates all went to college. I began to fear the shadows and voices. At least a bit. I thought again. I told no one, not even my therapist, just accepting it as normal. I began meeting new people online, and I mentioned that I saw things to one woman who became convinced I was psychic, though I didn't and still don't really believe that. By 2016, I was becoming worried about schizophrenia. Clamped my mouth shut to anyone about my seeing and hearing things, afraid I would be labeled crazy and locked up. I met my now ex-boyfriend. I'd moved in with him in another state after the death of my foster dad. But a new development happened a few weeks after moving in. We were both asleep when I woke up. Unusual for me as I'm a deep sleeper. I had a mini heart attack when I saw the shadow of a man standing above me, watching me. For whatever reason, I got details about him. I shouldn't know these. That's because he was blacker than the dark room. He was in his 30s or 40s, dirty brown curly hair, green eyes, and a red and white pinstripe hat, and his name was Charles. I quickly rolled over and woke my ex up whispering somebody had broken in. When I turned around, the guy was gone. One night later, we were again asleep, dark room, and I again woke up. I saw another man standing above me, but this time the only information I got was that he was maybe older, 50s, and he was mean. Again, I panicked and I shook my ex, and the figure just disappeared again. When we woke up the next morning, I had a deep gash on my upper left arm. I now have a scar from it. Neither of us could figure out how I managed to do that. Next couple of years were filled with occasional nighttime visitors and random bruises. But then came the shadows I could see following my ex or watching me. For context, my ex is 5'9", getting ready for a fun night out. While I was sitting on the bed putting on my shoes for my peripheral, I watched my ex walk into the bathroom. Following closely behind him was a massive black shadow. I was alarmed to say the least, but I didn't say anything to my ex. Another time, I was again putting shoes on when from the spare bedroom, I saw the shape of a man materialize and peek his head around the dresser to watch me. We moved again last May to a different state. Been pretty much the same. One night I woke to see this blue glowing mist on the ceiling above me. At first, I thought it was my headphones, but I quickly realized my headphones don't stay solid blue for that long. They blink blue when active. For whatever reason, I knew if I went under her, she would hurt me. While watching her closely, I darted around her and turned the light on. After years of this crap, I finally decided to tell a professional. Couldn't do it anymore. They told me I could be bipolar and they would try mood stabilizers. There really wouldn't be much they could do about the seeing things, but if the stabilizers worked, it could be bipolar with some psychosis. I am doing much better, but the seeing and hearing things has increased. I don't know what to think or feel about the paranormal, and I don't know what I want the conclusion to even be. My own experience and thoughts on various kinds of spirits. I've noticed sort of patterns with spirits. These are solely my observations, so take it with a teeny pinch of salt. We'll start with the more intimidating ones. Demons. Pretty sure some of you might have gotten scared of hearing or encountering one. While I'm not an expert on them, I can say that while they're not beginner-friendly to work with, they're not evil per se, just dangerous. Now let me elaborate on that. There are dangerous spirits out there, some that may want to do you harm. Now here's the thing, they're self-aware of this. They can also choose to show mercy if they see fit as well. And it's possible to even work with them too. They're like sharks in a sense. If you're careful and you know what you're doing, you'll have a better experience. While if you fuck with them, well, it's your own fault at that point. Another thing with demons is culture matters, folklore matters. Always do your research in spirits in general, but especially with demons, as some demons are more demanding than others. Some want an offering, while others just want to be left alone unless they approach you first, to which you probably should still give an offering as it's a sign of respect. Now let's step into another touchy subject. Deities. Now I don't hear any of my deity is the true deity, or that deity is evil, LOL. Stop, don't do that. I want a good, clean comment section and discussion here. Now, as far as my personal beliefs go, deities are strong entities that desire to be worshipped as it gives them power so they can offer guidance and aid in return. They also choose you from birth, not the other way around. Well, isn't that cute? And again, in my views, doesn't apply to everybody else, just as not all people are going to feel a connection to certain, if any, deities whatsoever. Deities may not feel a connection to certain people as well. That's okay. However, they still should be respected as, hey, maybe you might run into them. Maybe they might have something to offer in passing. Maybe it's just a pretty nifty thing to do. I've gotten good vibes as a result from going this route as well, even with deities that I just don't feel any connection towards. Good energies and good advice still came my way. It literally costs nothing to just chill the fuck out and be nice to other people. This person's kind of funny. Also, for those of you who worship a deity, don't hesitate to just talk normally to them. You'd be surprised how receptive they actually are, and for me, I worship Ra, and I was talking to him, and I had a panic attack in front of him. He tried to calm me down from crying, and then he told a dad joke. A fucking dad joke. Yes, it was adorable. I loved it and him, and it was a nice bonding experience, and just shows that it doesn't have to be 100% all the fucking time. It can be chill and wholesome too. Now, as far for angels, there's Enochian, and then there's the Then there's the Shemhamporesh angels. Can't speak on behalf of the Enochians, as I need to do more research, and I'll update accordingly if anybody's interested after I look more into them. As for the Shemhamforash, they are the angels that most people have probably heard of. Some, such as archangels. There's 72 Shemhamforash that each have some form of aid to offer. From my experience, they're pretty much the least judgmental of entities. Very chill, but can be firm if need be. Like a parent or teacher or therapist, basically. Well, how chill are they? One time, I played a game of telephone with them. I asked for consent first, and in the words of Joe Fiel, it was a big mess, and I shouldn't be a witch, to be honest. Also, fun fact, Auroriel is an angel that not only helps aid fishermen, but is also called upon to cure stupidity. I can't fucking make this shit up. It's funny as hell. Just Google it and you'll get a kick. Now let's tackle one of my favorites. Fairies. These guys are not all like fucking Tinkerbell. It's also more like an umbrella term, as many spirits fall under the category of fairies, such as elves, ogres, mermaids, sprites, pixies, goblins, dwarves, and more. Many are also quite dangerous, some more so than others, but I've noticed some things here as well. There's two courts, Seelie and Unseelie, but there's also regions that aren't really aligned with either one. I just call them the Seelie area and the Unseelie area just to make it easier, basically. Seelie fairies are more playful, and kind of air of unreal beauty to them. They also prefer warmer climates, as spring and summer are their seasons. They are also very approachable for the most part, beginner-friendly. However, even the most beautiful of things can hold a great deal of danger, or at least mischief. At the very least, they might steal from you, and at the most, they can be rather frisky, or try to use you or fuck with you. If you want to work with them, leave an offering in a place of nature. Then there's Unseelie fairies. These fair folk are much more beastly-like in both air and image. And I'm gonna warn you here, they don't normally like humans. And why? Well, for some it's more personal, and for others it's just because we fucking exist. But that said, it's not impossible to work with them. You just gotta be patient, respectful, and leave a gift. If you're lucky enough to befriend them, they're fiercely loyal and protective. They'll be more than ready to fuck up a besh if anybody fucks with you. A besh. I'm learning. Needless to say, I had to tell my companions no a lot, and these days they know me well enough to ask me first, make sure I'm okay, and go from there, so it's pretty nice. Well, that was an experience. And sorry if I'm loopy, still have a fever. That excuse is gonna get old, but it is what it is. A series of dreams about a demon. Some other times it would be serene. I would be sitting on a log in a clearing in a forest, next to the remnants of the chimney, converse with an unseen force. I would feel no ill will, no malicious intent, only a faint feeling of joy. Upon moving away from my childhood home due to personal matters that I do not wish to discuss, I stopped having the dreams and nightmares. I moved out when I was 16. I'm now edging up on 26 years with a wife and 2 kids. Congratulations. And we recently moved into a new house. As an intermission, I did have a dream about this entity once when I was in the military. It came in a series of dreams. This is the only dream I can actually remember bits of this demon. So, here are the bits I remember. The series started with me hanging out with a group of kids. We appeared to be homeless, and I didn't recognize any of the kids' faces that I was with, nor did I recognize any of the environment we were residing. There was one particular girl in the group that I felt a strong attachment to, something like I needed to protect her. However, in the second dream, me and the boys of the group were playing basketball, which is pretty weird because I'm definitely not a sportsy type. That's when I got a weird, overwhelming feeling that something was wrong. I immediately ran off to try to find the girl I felt protective of. I looked everywhere, couldn't find her. For some reason, I decided to check out an abandoned library, where deep in a narrow corridor I found the familiar chimney in a room that looks like a typical long-abandoned building. As in, there was a hole, like rotted through, the rough debris everywhere from the ceiling, caving in, old books scattered everywhere, etc. As soon as I stepped into the room, there was a violent shake, as well as a loud scream before more of the roof collapsed and killed me, again causing me to wake up sweating in the real world. Now recently, I've been having dreams with the same feeling of dread I felt at the beginning when I moved into my childhood home. So I know I'm being visited by this entity again. Not really sure why I'm boasting this. I guess it's more or less something interesting to read rather than how to dispel it. As of right now, I'm not really concerned about it, since I have mentioned before, it pretty much successfully killed me numerous times now. However, since it was in a dream and my brain doesn't know how to really process death, I just wake up. I sometimes hear whistling outside. I live in the suburb, and for context, and the closest major city near me is Manhattan, so I'm not located in a secluded or low-populated area. That being said, I've been hearing the same whistling for a couple of months now. It's not extremely common, but it happens enough times where I've noticed it. It also, conveniently for the scare factor, only happens at night or early in the morning. The whistle itself starts off high-pitched and then goes down. It sort of repeats itself over and over again. Sounds breathy, if that helps to visualize it. It's clearly not from an object, it's from something that's alive. Now that I'm writing this, it's most likely some kind of bird, but still sounds creepy to me. First time I heard it was during 2-3 a.m.-ish. The whistle itself was accompanied by the sound of somebody walking by my window, and I do remember it becoming quieter the further it walked by. Walked, in air quotes. It still scared me shitless because it came out of nowhere. But the reason I'm writing this is because I encountered the noise last night while I was outside. My house is across from a park. And most suburb parks are just an open field with one playground and a basketball court. The park itself is spacious and open, but again, not that huge. I have this habit of going on the swings when I'm bored during the day and night while I listen to music. So the music on my phone cuts out and then I hear it. It sounded the same as it did when it was near my window, and even at the same volume. Got off the swings, sped back up to my house, but now that I'm looking back on it, I don't remember hearing it again after getting off the swings. I'm just curious as to what the people on here might think it is. Really hoping it's just some cool bird I've never heard of before, but if it's not, then... Clarification on childhood Ouija experience. My neighbor was 4 years older than me. She always had me over to her house to hang out. She even was kind of a babysitter for me a lot of the time. One day, she had another friend her age over and myself over. She had a Ouija board and said she was going to talk to ghosts or something like that. Apparently, she had done this before because it seemed she knew exactly how to set up the area. She lit a bunch of little disc-shaped candles, had the lights off, and we all sat onto her bed, which was against a wall. I'm a little hazy on specifics, but after asking a few questions, who's here, why you're talking to us, and then more advanced ones, I can't remember what she asked, I swear the Ouija board started to move across her bed and up the wall. We still had her hands on this sort of sight glass thing as somehow the whole assembly worked its way into the wall and started rubbing vigorously against the wall. She turned the lights on, blew out the candles, and the board stopped and fell to the bed. I remember her dad flipping out the next day. That's because the board left a huge black imprint on the wall. He had to paint it. Who knows? Maybe it was just her and her friend playing an elaborate prank on me. She never told me in the years I knew her it was a prank, and we're no longer in touch. But I'm considering asking her more about it by sending her a Facebook message sometime. Has anybody else had Ouija experiences like this? She also did these strange mind games with me, where I would close my eyes and she would rub my temples while saying something like, "You see doors in front of you. Pick one, go inside. You see blank, blank, blank. You do, etc., etc." I might do etc., but I don't know about etc. Kitchen ghost is back, along with others. A while back, I think I wrote about how I heard voices when I was home alone in my kitchen. That was after staying with friends for the night. It was basically that the friends I had stayed with for the night had been having paranormal experiences for months, mostly hearing disembodied voices in their kitchen. Then I found out that they had taken many things from a haunted place that we had gone to together once. The night after, I'm home alone and I heard voices in my own kitchen, to the point where I thought my mom had come home and was speaking to my grandma in the driveway. She didn't come home until hours later. Recently, probably around 10 p.m. at night, I was down in the kitchen making myself a super late dinner. That's when I turn around, and seconds later, I hear something slam onto the floor behind me. It was a wrench, and this wrench was on the counter literally moments before, pushed back nowhere near the edge. It was now on the floor and didn't look like it had fallen. Looked like somebody had swiped it off the counter from how far it went. If it had just slipped off, it wouldn't be as far away from the counter as it was. It was heavy, and wrenches don't bounce. There have also been multiple instances in the past couple of months where I'll be taking a bath. I'll audibly hear something moving in the room with me. The bathroom is really small. It holds the sink, the tub, the toilet, and that's about it. I could hear shuffling on the floor next to me. Of course, I go to look and nothing is there, not even a fly. I've also been hearing really, really loud banging on my bedroom door. So loud it makes me jump. When I open it, no one's there, and when I ask my family members if they knock, they all say no. Half of the time it happens, I'm the only one upstairs. I don't know. I just think it's weird that the paranormal activity in my house has been picking up in the last couple of months. Spirit box session with my girlfriend. really changed my view of the paranormal. Just had an awesome session. Bought a spirit box, a PSB-7T, which has a built-in temperature measurement device. Basically, it makes sound according to how big of a difference there is and lights up and flickers red, like an increase in temperature or blue being a decrease. The bedroom, only me and my girlfriend, the windows open, could feel the cold air on my feet, the spirit box on my lap. Asked for an increase in temperature and it delivered. Had some intelligent responses during the whole circa 3 hours. A lot of them really personal. We're sort of a new couple, being 6 months, and it's really possible that we were talking to my girlfriend's great-grandma. She said, "Write it down." My girlfriend told me to open notes on my phone. I did, and the same voice said, "Sign-personal stuff I didn't know about my girlfriend's family." The LED was glowing red for a solid 2 minutes, and after a while, I asked for blue light. After no more than 10 minutes, it was glowing blue. A male voice even said, "There's a draft." So I closed the window and soon after blew again. Before all of this, we went to a basement. All flats in this building share. My girlfriend was previously uneasy and felt like being watched, and there's dark energy in there. Around 5 months ago, I tried an EVP session in there. Didn't get a single strange, noise or voice, but today I had headphones, not being able to hear a single voice around me. A deep male voice, mostly heard and after asked, said the name Cuba, which is Jacob in my language. Said this multiple times. Once even said, "Behind you." Circa 2 minutes after that, my girlfriend freaked out and repeatedly told me to get the fuck out of the basement, not even explaining why. I myself kind of freaked out and we ran out. While closing the door, the same deep voice said, "And I swear to God, don't go," followed by a woman half screaming help. Then she told me she saw something dark and heard a growl behind me. I predicted future with my dreams. So many weird things going on with my life. I don't know where to start. But since nobody would really believe me, I only told these to my close friends and they witnessed it themselves. I sometimes see very vivid dreams about future. It always happens. What I see is a chart of planets, a straight line that has many rounds and many small planets that are orbiting around those rounds. There's little ticks on the line, and that represents the time. The color and brightness of the stars represent the event and probability. When I see these dreams, I usually know when something will happen. Below are some examples. Asterisks. I used to breed fish when I was in high school. One day I saw the fishes fly in the room and the space chart showed around 1 week. I saw black and red stars and 7 ticks. Exactly after 7 days, all of them died because of chlorine. My father changed their water without checking. Saw the same dream some months later, but this time I didn't let anybody change anything. Then again, after 7 days, the fish jumped out of the fish tank and died. This happened so many times, whatever I did, I couldn't save the fish. One day I saw 3 ticks with water planet in my dream. At that time, my village had a drought problem. People gathered to pray for rain, and I told them it would flood after 3 days. Nobody cared. After 3 days, it flooded for the first time in my village. When somebody makes me sad or mad, terrible things happen to him. It's almost like something is taking revenge for me. For example, I used to feed kittens under the apartment. One day a man complained to me and yelled at me saying cats are dirty and that they would shit everywhere. Plausible. That was really sad since they are people who do not help but bother others helping kittens. Also fair. Poor animals were hungry and screaming and begging. After a while, that man had a stroke, and now he's paralyzed. Can't move his legs or arms. When I was in the university, somebody borrowed money from me and didn't pay. Basically scammed me. We argued in front of everyone. Then one day, he'd run into trouble with locals and he was beaten, sent to jail, and all of his stuff was stolen. He was deported from the country. There's many examples like this. Every time somebody hurts my feelings, something serious happens to them. Some of my friends witnessed this, and now they're too scared to talk to me. I gotta stop judging this guy's grammar. I saw the young grandpa in my dream. Never saw him in real life. Never saw his picture. Told my father that he looked exactly like one of my uncles. And I had many uncles. He was shocked. He saw when he was young he looked exactly like him, but it was impossible for me to know. In my dream, he asked for some bean soup. He was happy when I gave it to him. Still don't know what it meant since I didn't see any planet chart. I met many people in events and saw 2 people in my dream with huge bright stars. I told them about it and told them that they would be very famous within some years. And both of them are famous now. I have Asian eyes, but I was born in the Middle East. I saw the space chart in my dream. It showed 3 bright stars with red and black, 1 bright white star at the background, while star was much bigger. The chart showed around 14 planets, which meant 14 years. I was 4 years old when I saw this dream. And in my dream, I was in China. I was missing my country. I remembered my future face, body, and hair very clearly. Exactly when I was 18 years old, I ended up in China studying Chinese. And at that point, I didn't remember the dream at all. After I arrived in China, I remembered the dream. Didn't understand those 3 bad stars. Then, 3 years after I arrived, China, horrible things happened, proving the stars. In my dream, I was running away from monsters with long hair and muscular body. When I was 4 years old, this made me very scared. I looked very strong, but I was still running away. When I graduated, I just left China. I was powerlifting. Had long hair for the first time. It was exactly like I saw in my dream when I was 4. Sometimes I have extremely bad luck for many days from day to night. After having multiple bad luck, I get on one miracle in return. That miracle is always something that saves me from an important disaster. For example, I changed a company and I was going to greet the customers for the first time. That day, the subway suddenly stopped working. Exactly the only time I should not get late, I got late. When I arrived after a long time, the bus went to the wrong airport. This also happened for the first time. After the bus arrived and we took the customers, driver fell down, broke his arm. That week was disaster after disaster. Then the next job I had required me to take some tickets from a friend. Supposed to meet in another city, but her plane time and check-in door was the same that morning. Later we realized the message was wrong. Gave me the tickets, and if our plane was not the same time and place, I would not get the tickets and it would be a disaster for me. Same day, same hour, 2 doors next to each other. These super coincidences almost always happen after multiple bad luck days. So when I have some bad luck days, I know it's charging energy to save me from a disaster again. My luck always tries to stop me from whatever I want. For example, my dream was to win a taekwondo competition. My teacher told me I would be a world champion. I was exceptionally talented and managed to beat black belts with only 3 months of training. Then as soon as I prepared for a competition, I had to have a surgery. I had surgeries such as appendicitis, kidney, stomach, nose, and tonsil. I had 6 surgeries in total, and all of them when I prepared for a competition. After 6 surgery, I was too scared to join a competition. I didn't want to go to the hospital again. It was totally unrelated, and I Did not go to gym for some years. One day, I decided to try again. Thought it was just a coincidence, and then as soon as I prepared to join a competition, I got hospitalized again. I was told to take a surgery. I'm over 30 years old now, and I'm still scared to join competitions. That's because whenever I try, I either have an accident, an illness, or an urgent thing happens. Whenever I study or work for a dream, this also happens. Also, whenever I try to meet a girl, always embarrassing accidents happen or I receive urgent work. Life does not want me to achieve anything and get close to anyone. I must feel like my life is a game and a jealous person is controlling it. I saw a dream about a friend. She had no job or purpose that time. I told her she would find a job and have friends if she went to a certain country. He went there, and as soon as she returned, she found a job and had new friends. She witnessed many things, so she believes me. I can know if a good or bad thing will happen after a while, and how serious it'll be. Before COVID, I also saw a dream that I would quit my job for a long time. Within a month, after about a month, Corona happened. The size, color, shape of the planets, and number of the ticks gave me time, and I see a brief dream about the details. Then it happens. There's only 2 dreams I remember now from past. I would marry when I'm 35 and die at 90. It's been a long time since I saw this kind of dream. 8 months ago was the last one I saw myself as a student with 6 planets. Then exactly after 6 months, I was accepted by a university for a master's degree. So many other things I want to write. I can write hundreds of dreams and coincidences. My close friends anyways want me to write a book about it, but I simply don't have time for that. I just wonder if there's a way to break this luck curse on me. I trend Asian temples, churches, and mosques. Tried every religion, chants, charms I saw. So far, nothing changed it. If anybody's experiencing similar things, or if anybody has a suggestion, please tell me. Especially curious about the space chart. Happens tens of times and worked 100% of the time. Any suggestion would help. At a party, we had a shared and weird feeling and experience. We're not quite sure why. Yesterday, I was over at one of my best friends. I was at their house for a birthday party. All went well, nothing out of the ordinary, except somebody arriving later than we planned, but we're all sitting on couches and chairs around a normal-sized table. There were 2 people on a couch that could fit 3 people. The other seatings were all taken. At one point, a friend tried to get a game working and stood up to fix something with his switch while standing. My back was facing basically the whole open house as we were all sitting in the living room, in which I was facing the other people at the window. Just before the dude starts fixing his switch, I got a feeling that we were missing someone, which we were. But the friend missing was arriving later, so we hadn't seen him yet, but something felt off. I had thought that somebody behind me was busy in the house and could arrive any time to sit with us again. For some reason, it seemed logical to me for that person to sit with 3 people already on a couch. This didn't make sense as there's no place for anyone and we were not waiting for anyone that we already saw. At a certain point, I thought it might have been the sertraline I'd been taking for a few months. Maybe they have a weird side effect. Sometimes I feel like I see black spots from the corner of my eye, seemingly random since I started the medicine. Just brushed it off and I was thinking nothing of it, but the feeling that we were missing someone just kept persisting. After 2 or 3 hours, the friend arrives and I thought the feeling would just go away as everybody was here now. But it stayed. And I genuinely kept thinking we were missing a person when pouring drinks or when we were deciding on a movie. After a few more hours, I got a bit annoyed with the feeling and just asked out loud if I was the only one. As it turned out, 3 other guys had the exact same feeling. They thought they must be imagining stupid things. At a certain point, we just thought about people that we maybe missed, inviting, and but nope, we couldn't figure it out. After that, we tried to use a makeshift Ouija board, but nothing came of it, but the feeling did persist for me, at least. When I got home, got a good sleep, I still kept thinking about how weird of a coincidence this was, but then I thought that maybe it could be something explainable. Paranormal experience from a skeptic. When I was about 8 years old, I slept on the top of a bunk bed. I would wake up in the early hours when everyone was sleeping, and across the room, only about 6 feet away, I would clearly see the silhouette of a man. The silhouette was so dark you couldn't distinguish any features at all. It just stood there. It was directly opposite where my head was on the bed. At first, I wasn't particularly freaked out. I think I must have reasoned it was my dad in the absence of any other explanation. This happened night after night, for weeks, really, and after a while I reasoned it wasn't my dad and started to become a little unnerved. So I began sleeping with my head at the other end of the bed. The figure moved too, so it was always opposite where my head was positioned on the bed, and still no real feeling of ill intention or anything like that at all during these experiences. But still, it was understandably becoming a little bit scary. After some time, I told my mom what was happening. Not sure she believed me, but just to comfort me, she said it was probably Jesus watching over me. We aren't a religious family at all, but as I say, I think she just assumed I was dreaming or had an overactive imagination and just said this to offer a benevolent explanation. At some point after that, the next experience I had was very different. This time I saw the figure, but it was a dream and a very vivid one, but certainly a dream. It started exactly the same as usual, but this time I asked the figure if it was Jesus. The figure then lunged toward me, shouting or roaring at me, and then I woke up. After that, I never saw it again. I did continue living there, in the same bedroom for years after. Nothing ever happened again. In my teens, I spoke to my mom about it again, and she didn't remember me telling her about it at that time. I don't think she really gave it much thought at the time. But she did say that when I was very young, just about old enough to string a sentence together, and in that same bedroom, I had an imaginary friend who I described at the time as a boy my own age who looked like me. One day he said he had to leave as he had a pain here and gestured a hand to his heart. After which I told my mom at the time I never saw him again. My mom had a younger brother who died age 6. He looked like me and my brothers when we were his age. He died during heart surgery to correct a congenital heart defect. Thought that might be an interesting story to share here. Never had any kind of experience since we kind of describe as being remotely paranormal, but believe it or not, I'm actually a skeptic. Whilst I can't quite explain these experiences, which to me even today seem as real as anything, I can't quite believe that this was a paranormal occurrence. What else, pray tell? Creepy, folkish, loud music, almost like a celebration or party from another time. Tonight was a weird and fun night. That's because I saw 2 shooting stars. I've never seen shooting stars my entire life. Me and my sister were stargazing in our garden. The night was just absolutely breathtaking. But right around 2:50 a.m. we heard strange celebratory music. It didn't have any lyrics. It felt like it was happening right next to us or was coming from somewhere in our house. It sounded like a large group of people celebrating, but in a very weird, cult freak kind of way. The whole night in general was full of weird appearances, but that was because of the sky, and it didn't really induce anxiety in me at all. But this shit show music literally scared the fuck out of me. And I listen to all music. Oh, okay, fuck with folk music. This sounded like Tiptoe Around the Window by the Windmill Oh Ho. And I know it wasn't actually that song, but it follows these type of chords, but it's even creepier and lacks lyrics. It was also more rowdier, very vintagey with a hint of classical. The second my sister said, "Get my phone and record it," I started recording. The music literally stopped, the crowd after stopping, and then went, "Oh, ah," which sounded like music when I managed to capture. Thank God, literally the only proof I have, and, well, say if there was a party occurring elsewhere in one place with that much noise, it'd be constant, right? Wouldn't just play one song, have thunderous clapping and cheering, and then just stop. And it seemed strange to me somebody in my neighborhood would be having a party till 3 a.m. on a Saturday night with creepy folk music with no lyrics. I don't see anything wrong with that. I tried looking for somebody online who might have had the same experience, but God, I couldn't find nothing. So just wanted to put this out there. In general, my house has had many paranormal experiences, like shit breaking, a whole ass room shaking, and other strange shit. Potty mouth. Children know things. My 6-year-old daughter has always shared things to us. Sometimes creepy, mostly like, what the fuck, how'd you know this? Don't know if this belongs here, but would love to hear from others about their experiences. Here are a few examples of my daughter being herself. Age 2. Just found out I was pregnant and I'd only told my husband. I didn't want to tell my daughter because I had miscarried before and didn't want her to get excited. One evening, we're eating dinner. My daughter turns to me and says, "There's a baby in your belly." My eyes go big and turn to my husband, and I asked if he told her. He swears he didn't, and I asked her if it was a boy or a girl, and she responded, "It's a boy, but I wanted a girl." Sure enough, her baby brother arrived safe and sound 9 months later. The thing that gets me is that she told everybody at daycare. I was a bit nervous in case I would miscarry again. Then one day at daycare, she turned to her teacher and said, "There's a baby in your belly too." She laughed and said, "Nope, that's your mom, not me." However, a week later, her teacher comes to me and said that she was pregnant and asked my daughter if it was a boy or a girl. Daughter said girl, and welp, she had a girl. Age 5. My mom had a history of heart attacks. One day she went to the ER thinking she may be having one. Turned out that it was an AFib. I was a nervous wreck in the morning, but was fine in the afternoon once I heard she'd be okay. Went to pick up my daughter from school. She was balancing on a table and fell backward, but was fine. Picked her up and said, "It was more scary than anything, right?" My daughter responded with, "Yeah, but you know what's scarier? Oma dying." I'm like, "Why did you say that?" I didn't tell her my mom went to the hospital and we don't even see her often. She was like, "I don't know." Went on her merry way. Age 6 last night, my husband was putting her to bed. Came down and told me right before she fell asleep. She turned to him and went, "Have you ever been on a haunted train?" My husband was like, "No." I asked why. That freaked him out, and he showed me a text from 30 minutes earlier from his sister sharing a link to a ghost train Groupon. Told that we should get used to it by now, but sometimes she still gets us. Paranormal experience at a missionary house. 7 years ago, I was a pest control tech. I was scheduled to do a routine service at a missionary house on the grounds of a large church. It was a typical single-family home a few hundred yards away from the church, but not within line of sight. Also, it was in an open field about 50 yards from the main road. There was nothing unusual about the house or its location. I went to the church to get the key door, or the door key, and was told the house was not currently being used. Drove over to the house to start the service. Went in through the back door and in the kitchen and announced my presence as per normal, if you think that no one's in there. As expected, there was no response. Went into the basement to start spraying. I worked from the bottom floor up, so the plan was to start at the basement and search each floor up to walk up to the attic, or rather, service each floor. Basement service is normal, so I go back up to the main floor. When I entered the kitchen again, every single cabinet and drawer is open. I freeze in place and announce my presence again, no response. I think it's weird, but I continue spraying the main floor. As I'm walking the main floor, all the hairs in my body start to stand up. I finish quickly, go to the stairs to head up. I get to the third step and I get a feeling of dread and decide not to finish. So I go back out to my truck. Once outside, my nerves settle, so I get my backpack sprayer to start the exterior. The entire time I'm treating the exterior, I have a feeling someone's watching me. My hairs start to stand up again. Check all the windows and as I go around, but I didn't see anyone or anything unusual. Cry beneath the floorboards. I've been stressed the past few weeks. My mind is in deep thought over what happened during winter last year. I'm no stranger to hearing or seeing ghosts. Of course, I never felt a reason to tell anyone my experiences because there's always uncertainty behind what is seen or heard. Like what-ifs. I'm from Texas. At the time, I lived inside a house that had no central cooling. Temperature of the house being the outside temperature, or at least close to it. During last winter, it had been freezing inside. The weeks before that day, I kept hearing what sounded like someone calling my name throughout the house whenever no one was home. My parents had just left to the store for groceries. Well, I felt a little uncomfortable being alone due to hearing a voice calling my name. I thought, what's the worst that could happen? I hear my voice being called? Well, I'll go look, see nothing, watch TV, and simple, I thought. They left the house, and the house temperature felt extremely cold. So I laid back on the recliner, and put on a classic movie, covered myself in a blanket while wearing pajamas and a sweater, comfortable as I could be. I remember feeling sleepy after getting comfortable. I'm getting chills writing this, to be honest. Then it happened. I heard a guy's voice calling my name. I pumped myself up and I said, "Let's do this." Got up, walked around the house. It's daylight outside, by the way. Snowing, too. I saw something like, well, nothing like I'd even expected. However, how could I get comfortable again knowing, like, once I relax, I would hear something? We've all seen the movies where the person relaxes and thinks, I can let my guard down. And then everything goes downhill. I made a deal with myself. I'll record myself sleeping. Either nothing will happen, or I'll fall asleep, or I'll finally record it to show my parents I'm not crazy. It's a win-win deal. Sadly, the outcome was what I hoped wouldn't happen. Put my phone to a table that's used for drinks near the recliner. Set it to record myself on the couch. Slowly drifted off into sleep thinking nothing will happen while it's recording. I woke up what seemed to be a half an hour later to a loud crying from a woman's voice. Me being drowsy looked around to find the source of the noise. There was a hole beside the recliner. Sounds weird, but the owner didn't, lay the floorboard down correctly, so it eventually broke. We put a temporary board over the broke part, but it left a little hole because it didn't fit exactly. The crying was coming from beside me. Oh my gosh. And in the exact direction of the hole. I looked directly at it, realizing what's happening. I jumped straight up and backed away in shock. The sound faded, and I questioned if what I had just heard could have been me waking from a lingering dream. The only way to confirm it is to check the recording still going. Collected my phone from the table and paused the recording. Thoughts ran through my mind while getting my headphones to listen closely. 1, I'm going to hear nothing and realize it was a lingering dream. Sit back down and laugh off my paranoia. 2, I'll hear and confirm a dreading truth. Went outside and didn't exactly feel comfortable inside anymore. The temperature was around 20 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah, I know it's probably not that cold to some, but in Texas it's normally 100 and 110. Even the power went out a few times during winter for a good part of Texas. They're not really prepared for snowy weather. I sat in the porch, headphones on, fast-forwarding the video until I saw myself wake up and rewound it a few more minutes before I see the truth. My heart was racing with anxiety, and in the video I slept like normal. Then a noise came into the audio. It sounded like an eerie whine that became louder until the audio started cutting in and out like distortion. In the video, I woke up to the noise and looked around with sleepy eyes before looking at the floor and jumped up. I got chills, and writing this now, and it's 4 a.m., I have goosebumps everywhere. Waited outside in the freezing cold, waiting for my parents to come home. Didn't want to go back inside, and what I did next, I'll have to explain my reasoning. I've been through a lot. Near-death experiences plenty. Poverty, an abusive father, and terminally ill mother. Yes, the parent I have is my stepfather. Calmed down, went back inside. Went to the living room where it happened and closed my eyes. My brother passed away when I was a teenager. Sometimes, when I'm going through hard times, I'll speak to him as if he hears me. I said, "Brother, I don't know what to do. I'm hearing noises and it's weighing on my mind. I can't sleep or relax even in daylight. I finally have proof it's not inside my head. Love you and miss you. I'll keep trying." Feeling more relaxed, I started to make a prayer. I am Christian, but I'd be lying if I said I followed my religion to every word. I'm not 100% on who or what God is or what religion is, so I pray, pouring my heart out, hoping God understands my ignorance and guides me from my trouble. I said in my prayer, "Please give me guidance. I understand people die, and I'm not sure how death works." The crying I heard sounded like a woman in sorrow. Scared me at first. And all I can do is pray. Not for my own fear, but to show whatever it is guidance and love. Lead it from darkness into light so it ceases to suffer any longer. I took a deep breath, opened my eyes. No longer felt worried. My heart felt at peace, and I realized sometimes fear is from ignorance of not knowing how it works. I hear a scary crying, and I think instantly of fear and ghost videos and scary movies and death. Never think how it must feel to be stuck to a house or feel alone in some dark place. Family member or friend, neighbor to somebody at one point. Writing this now, I don't feel stressed anymore. The scariest ghost experience I had in Bali Island. So in the summer of 2018, a group of friends of mine invited me to a trip to Bali, Indonesia. Ended up being a trip of 6 women and 6 men. Knew around half of the people beforehand, and I got to know the rest during the trip. We went around the island, ate great food, enjoyed the views and culture, and we were all in our early to mid-20s back then, so we'd always end the night with a night out at a bar or nightclub. I believe it was the 3rd night in the island. After the night out, we were in a group of 4 or 5, and we got a cab and headed back to our villa separately, due to us not all fitting in one vehicle. I was one of the people that arrived in the villa latest. Believed it was approximately 2 a.m. when I arrived. My roommate and some friends decided that they were going to go to bed first, but I wanted to have a cigarette prior to getting ready to pass out in my room. Before going further to the story, in order to make the story more clear to whoever's reading, thank you, I need to tell you about the layout of the villa. The villa's estate is rectangular. When you enter, you see an outdoor kitchen and somewhat of a living room that's outdoors, including a few couches and a TV and the statue of a Buddha. Yeah, weird. Not really. Then there's a pool, which next to it has 6 glass doors that lead into 6 different rooms. So you could open your room door and take 4 steps to dive into the pool. Now the real story starts from the deciding to have a cigarette part. And for the record, I was not too intoxicated nor too tipsy at this moment. I decided to light up a cigarette in front of my room door, and I was looking around the ambient view of the pool and the living room space. Like, living room space was darker than the pool. Then I saw a shape of a girl sitting on the couch. She was looking the opposite direction of me. Thus, I was looking at the back of her head. And at this point, I didn't think anything weird and thought it was one of the girls that stayed in the villa with me. Then I got a chill all over my body. That's because I didn't recognize her hair with all the girls that were in the villa. In this moment, for some stupid reason, I decided not to freak out and just felt like I wanted to show I wasn't scared of this random girl, ghost, or spirit. Wasn't sure if this was a ghost of a random girl that broke in, and I decided to finish smoking the rest of the cigarette, and I threw it in approximately 5-foot direction of her. That's when I was done, which was a bad decision. Then I opened my room door and saw my roommate already asleep, and for some reason I was able to fall asleep quite shortly. I don't usually get sleep paralysis, maybe once prior to this trip. Fell asleep in a position where my face was half in the pillow and half out, an angle that I could see my roommate. Then woke up and I couldn't move my body. The first sense was my sight. Then I realized I couldn't move. Then realized I felt something on my cheeks. There was a black, straight hair on my cheeks, and I could only move my eyeballs. This was the most chills and panic that I ever felt in my life as I tried to see what was by my side, bawling my eyes as much as I could. Then I saw a face that was also side-bawling to stare at me. I was dying inside, my heart was beating like crazy, and I think that was a girl ghost also knew that I was pissing my pants. Then the killer act was she almost screamed her laugh with her mouth directly in my ears, like ha 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 ha, rapidly with the highest pitched laugh I've ever heard. I didn't know what to do, but it was like my body was in fight or flight mode. I somehow managed to ball my fist, and then the rest of my body woke up. I was screaming like, what the woke up to my roommate and some people in the villa, and there's nothing that was on top of me when I woke up. I'm assuming that's good. Had my first paranormal experience in a while. Currently, I'm home alone. Parents are out hanging out with friends. Brother is back at college, sister is sleeping over at a friend's house. Girlfriend and friends came over for swimming. Friends left roughly an hour ago. Girlfriend left roughly 30 minutes ago. Well, during the party cool-down phase, basically everybody drying off, I noticed the light on in my sister's room. I had to go upstairs anyway to grab some dry clothes, so I flipped off her light and away. I know I flipped it off because she was having a blue nightlight thing that stays on during the night. I remember seeing its glow when the light turned off. Went to my room, changed, and walked out seeing it on. Thought to myself, maybe I didn't hit the switch right before. So I reached around the corner to turn off the light. So I went in, turned off the light, and made sure it was off. Went downstairs, said goodbyes, girlfriend helped clean up the pool area, and that's when I saw it on again. Me and girlfriend both went upstairs, and we both saw the light turn off. So she left after a few more minutes. I went into the living room to watch TV. You can see my entire backyard from the living room, except like 4 side areas. I looked out and noticed the fence opening up, and it's a sliding fence, which wasn't bizarre and happens a lot because it's kind of slanted. Went outside to go close the fence and put the hook up on it to keep it shut. As I'm walking back, I look up and guess what? Light is on again, and I see it shaking. I go back in, go upstairs, and see every possible light is in her room. Her vanity mirror, the LED speakers, the closet lights. And her main light with the fan was going so fast I thought it was about to fall off the ceiling. I turn everything off, leave the room. Not 2 seconds later I hear the click again. I yell, fucking hell. Turned around, see the light on again. Reached around to flip it off, saying stop loudly, and as I reached around, I feel a moist, ragged hand over the light. Thought my sister was pulling a prank and went around, nothing was there. Turned off the light, closed the door. If that light is still on right now, so be it. I once had a weird occurrence in my younger days. I had a weird occurrence once when I was a teenager, maybe about 15 or 16. I really don't remember. Sometime in the mid-2000s, I think. Spent most of my early to late teenage years in a small town called Cresco in Iowa. So let me set the scene of this story. I woke up early one cold Sunday morning. It was still dark out, about 5-something in the morning to get ready for my paper route job. Got all my stuff ready and into my courier bags to set out on my route, leaving my house to start the job. Once I left my house, I started to walk down the sidewalk to the corner of the intersection to cross the street in order to get to the next street over to head north. I have to pass a large 3-story building that I believe used to be an old school at one time. It's now just used for storage and whatnot for the fitness center that's attached to it, so that's to my right, and a few houses and an alleyway to my left. I had a weird feeling that something was wrong. I look over to the opening of the alleyway, and I saw the weirdest and most creepiest thing ever. Underneath the lamppost, illuminated by the light, was a puddle of darkness. I have no idea what it was, ooze or something. I know it wasn't water, and it moved and rippled like it, but it wasn't. I just stared at it for maybe a few seconds and was like, nope, not today. Just walked away from the area to do my job. Returned like a half hour later while it was still dark out and wasn't there anymore. Like, what the hell was it? A figment of my imagination? A doorway to hell? Ooze from another world? I don't know. Cresco had its strange and fucked up bouts of weirdness going on in that small town. I'm just looking to find answers about it. Once asked a self-proclaimed paranormal investigator about it, and they said it was probably a doorway to something, or a creature. Well, those are wildly different things. Paranormal experiences that I've had throughout my life. For the first, my mother is the one who told me the story. And for your information, I'm 16 now. When I was about 2 or 3 years old, Hurricane Ike happened, so my mom and I had to move back with my grandmother. I'd been in this house since then, with occasional moves, but that's not the point. The point is what happened during the time in my life that I don't remember. First thing that happened is we all just moved in, and my mother and I was speaking to somebody in the play area. But there was no one there. She asked me who I was talking to, and she told me I had said I'm talking to a friend, Billy. He's a little boy with no face. For some context, my older cousin and a family friend had both seen a ghost with the same description around the house. So they knew what I was talking about, but I was the one who named him in a way. How my older cousin saw him was before bed. He was laying down, and he asked my grandmother, who was a little boy, that was standing in the bathroom doorway. But there was no one there. He gave her the same description. A little boy with no face. I don't remember what happened with the family friend. All I know is she never came back to the house. Another thing that had happened was a different spirit. I was in the living room, and my mom and grandma went in the other room. We were the only ones in the house, and they told me when they came back all the pictures on the wall were turned backwards. These pictures were in places a 2-year-old couldn't possibly reach. Turned around within a short 5-minute. Maybe they left me alone, and they asked me what had happened, and I just said it was the tall man. They were freaked out by this. Another family friend of ours had stayed the night in the living room one night. She saw somebody standing behind the curtain. She, too, never came back to the house after that. Very recently, though, About around the time quarantine had started, I was outside with my uncle's dog. I was about to go in when I saw one of the blinds in my grandma's bathroom go up, as if somebody was peeking out at me. I looked, and after a couple of seconds, it slowly went back down like somebody had done it. Thought it was Grandma checking on me, but the room was pitch black, and it turns out there was no one near that bathroom when it happened. And to this day, I'm convinced it was either the tall man or Billy. One more thing. Back in 2018, about a month after my great-grandmother passed away, sleeping in the living room alone one night. For context, she was put into home hospice in the house at what is now our new play area for my little cousin. I was about to fall asleep, and after I knew everybody else had gone to bed, and out of nowhere, I heard somebody whisper my name over the play area. It spooked me pretty hard because it sounded like my great-grandmother. I don't know what it is to this day, but now every time I use a spirit box in my living room, I hear a little boy say very seriously, "On the left." On the left of the living room was the play area behind the chimney where my granny passed. And this is a lot, but it all really happened. I felt connections to spirits as I heard these things, and since these things happened to me, it's kind of a big scramble. But it's not a hoax. Just a lot for me to put into words. Unfortunately, I can give no physical evidence, but I do hope that one day I'll be able to give something. Hope you enjoyed hearing about my experience. Past father called me on phone. To give some backstory, my father passed away back in 2008, so when I was 14. He had a flip phone, and his voicemail was him saying his name, Dan Crouch. When he passed away, he kept his cell phone on so we could call it and hear his voice. One day my mom purchased me a cell phone. She wanted the phone tech guy to transfer my dad's voicemail sound onto my phone. He said it transferred over, but we found out later it didn't. The flip phone was handed into the phone store, so we lost the recording of his voice. Backstory over. Fast forward to 2015. I found a woman I fell in love with. We hung out all day, every day. Never left her house for at least a week. But one day when I spent the night at her place, we're both laying in bed, and she's cleaning out her voicemails. She had about 10 or so. After she deletes a few, the voicemail says, "The following message will be deleted from your mailbox. Your message from Dan Crouch is not available. To replay this message, press 1. My father sent my girlfriend a voicemail that didn't contain a message, but it was sent from him because his voice came up saying his name, exactly like his voicemail. I recorded that message through a video camera. Then my girlfriend deleted the message. Fast forward to 2017. Both my girlfriend and I were hanging out at my house. She was going through her voicemails again, and then it happened again. Exactly the same thing. My father's voice, but no message. Sweet dreams. You're not here by accident. Something has called you to Paranormal M. This is where ghost stories come to life, and the veil between worlds grows thinner with every tale. Subscribe and ring the bell, because the next haunting could be closer than you think. My supernatural story of an old university building, Native American remains, and a possible ghost. I attended the University of Kansas, and while I was a student, I had a part-time job working for the anthropology department located in Fraser Hall. This is one of the oldest buildings on campus, and thus has a couple haunted stories. Some days I had to be the first person on our floor. I had to arrive very early before anyone was there, before 7 a.m., unlock the doors to the common areas and bathrooms, turn on all the lights. On this particular day, I unlocked the men's room and took a very peaceful morning shit. Knowing I'd be alone for maybe, at least 30 minutes and didn't have to worry about anyone hearing or smelling my activities, while in the stall, the utter silence was broken by the sudden and bursting sound of rushing water. It startled me, and after a few seconds of listening and finishing my business in the stall, I recognized it to be the sink faucet running. Upon my exit, I witnessed that sure enough the sink was running. Both handles were turned completely to the turn the water on position. There's no chance of a person having done this. It was a small bathroom and you could hear very clearly when the door was opened, and any footsteps. I considered some kind of plumbing issue, but I didn't see how that would also cause the handles to be turned. But if that is possible, please, some plumber, let me know. I exited the bathroom. The hall was just as silent and empty as it was before. But as I walked to the other end of the hall, I once again recognized the sound of water rushing and emitting from the woman's room. After a knock on the door, I went inside to find the same situation. Sink running, both handles turned all the way on. I was very creeped out. Nothing else happened that day, though. Months later, I was tasked with organizing the old storage room for the anthropology department located in the basement. It hadn't been touched in years. There, I came across a brown paper bag containing what I later confirmed to be human bones. I took them to one of the professors, who told me that several years prior, the local police had partnered with the university to help identify or date the remains of either one of the group of Native Americans that had been found. I can't exactly recall the full backstory, and this particular bag had at some point been separated from the rest and mistakenly stored in this room. Thinking of the level of disrespect and probably illegality of storing a human person's remains in an unsealed bag for years amongst a bunch of junk made me think of my experience with the sinks. It made me wonder if there was some connection. Got yelled at by a ghost in a bed and breakfast. About 25 years ago, my husband and I were in Iowa. We were there to attend a family wedding. We were staying at a Victorian bed and breakfast. It was called the Bishop's House. When we'd reserved the room, we were told, at least I thought, that it was called the Roman Chamber. But what exactly was Roman about it was not really evident. It was very beautiful, however, with a fireplace, stained glass windows, antique furnishings, and an amazing original marble shower in the bathroom. Unfortunately, the first night of the 3-day weekend, it was almost impossible for me to fall asleep in the capacious bed, but I chalked that up to excitement over the wedding and being in unfamiliar surroundings. Saturday, after the wedding and reception, we returned to our room exhausted. I fell asleep as soon as I lay down. Then the dreams began. In them, I saw a very angry man leaning over me, demanding to know why I was in his bedroom. Didn't I know, he asked. What a scandal it would be if he were to find to have a woman in his bed. I woke up absolutely terrified because the experience was being so real. Slept maybe 15 minutes the rest of the night because I didn't want to get yelled at again. But when I mentioned the dream to my husband, he said that I had a vivid imagination and, well, maybe indigestion from too much cake and champagne. Sunday was our last day. After breakfast, we got to talking with the bed and breakfast hosts. They filled us in on a long history of the house. It was owned at that time by St. Ambrose University, but previously the residence of the Catholic Bishop of Davenport, hence the name the Bishop's House. Then they showed us a book of clippings. I had just about freaked when I saw the photo of my night visitor, Bishop Henry Rollman, served from 1927 to 44, and occupied the very room we'd been spending our nights in, henceforward named in his honor, the Roman Chamber, not Roman. Ghost in the Orphanage. My mom was psychic, a gift likely inherited from her mother. But as they didn't have much of a relationship, my grandmother abandoned the family when my mother was just 7. Nothing about it was ever really explained to her. On the positive side, she was never taught to hide her ability. On the negative, she never learned to, I guess, quote-unquote, filter. Was always aware of the spirits around her. She encountered a memorable one at Maryville Academy in Des Plaines, Illinois. A Catholic orphanage where she and her brother were sent after several years spent shuffling back and forth between their father in Chicago and various relatives' homes. What landed them in the orphanage was the onset of the Great Depression, which led the relatives to claim that they couldn't afford extra mouths to feed anymore. Just as my grandfather's work hours were drastically reduced to the point that he could barely afford to feed the shelter's kids, a neighbor, noticing the family's desperate situation, notified Catholic Charities, whom suggested my grandfather surrender his children to their custody. Though loathing to do so, he finally agreed, hoping they'd get some stability in their lives. Unfortunately, once at Maryville, Mom and Uncle were sent to live in separate facilities, where keeping up family relationships was not encouraged. A younger sister, deaf since infancy due to an illness, was sent away to a school for hearing-impaired children, so they lost contact with her too. Luckily, Mom was a pragmatic and adaptive girl, took easily to institutional life. When asked as an adult if she'd missed her family terribly, she'd say, "Yeah, at first. But at Maryville, I could count on 3 meals a day, hot showers, and regular schooling." Also, being an outgoing kid, she wasn't lonely for long, soon adopting her orphanage mates as sisters to gossip and play games with, practice hairstyles on, and best of all, share spooky stories with. Following an apparently long-standing tradition, the girls would regularly sneak out of their dormitory at night and gather in a large porcelain-tiled bathroom down the hall. It's where the older ones would pass on such legends as Bloody Mary, Room for One More, and the Golden Arm to the younger ones. Till thoroughly scared out of their wits, everybody finally crept back to their beds for long sleepless nights. However, my mother was certain they hadn't been telling tales the night of the incident, because everybody had been sent to bed early in preparation for a religious observation the following day. By midnight, the girls, with the exception of my mom, were sound asleep, snoring gently in a large room that held upwards of 20 beds. Hearing the familiar gentle swish of a nun's habit, and the accompanying faint click of rosary beads coming down the hall, Mom understood a sister was coming to check on them, closed her eyes so as to appear asleep. She heard the nun make her way up one row and down the next, seeming to check each girl before moving on. But when she got to her, she stopped, stood over her for a while before seating herself at the end of the bed. Never having been singled out like that before, my startled mother opened her eyes and saw nothing. There was definitely someone on the bed, as she could feel the warmth and weight of a body resting on her feet, but whoever it was invisible. Per my mother's recollection, she nearly died of fright as the following possibilities ran through her head. 1, she was dying and the nun's spirit had come to escort her to the hereafter. 2, the spirit had come to warn her of something bad about to happen at the orphanage. Or maybe she'd come to notify her of illness or death in her family. With each speculation, her panic increased till finally she couldn't take it any longer, fainted from sheer terror. The next morning, surprised to find herself still alive, she rose with the rest of the girls for the religious observation. But later, when they had a chance to talk, she asked if anybody had noticed anything during the night. No one had, nor did anything unusual occur, or any news arrive that would explain the nun's visit. Eventually, Mom came to the conclusion the spirit nun had just been seeking communion with another soul, Eventually found the only girl in the room of them. I could apparently sense her presence. Since at the time Maryville was over 30 years old, it seemed likely that at least one sister had died while in service there, especially during the Spanish flu epidemic of 1918. But unfortunately, not having access to records, Mom was never able to verify the identity of her special visitor, though she remembered her for the rest of her life. Help on a rainy road. Back in the late 1930s, my father and his brother built a little summer home, and it was for their mom, which was my grandma, on some land they owned in Beverly Shores, in Indiana. For some reason, the area at the time was very popular with Polish Americans, and for my grandma and others of her generation, these homes seemed to serve as their American equivalent of a dacha, a place to relax, read, and just enjoy the rural life for a few weeks every year. Neither my grandma nor her best friend, who often stayed with her, drove. So once World War II began, and the men in the family had gone off to war, my Aunt Mary was responsible for delivering them their luggage, and my grandma's pet dog to the summer place, and then picking them up when vacation time was over. The roads then were definitely not what they are today, poorly marked and barely lit. Some weren't even properly paved and were more like dirt trails that rutted when dry and turned to muck when wet. They were rapidly turning into the latter, at least the night my aunt headed toward Beverly Shores. She headed there to pick up her mom and her friend, due to a torrential rainstorm that started just as she was entering Indiana. Then, on one of the darkest stretches of road, a tire on my aunt's car blew out. Though she somehow managed to steer to the shoulder, it seemed inevitable she'd spend the rest of the night there unless by some miracle she managed to get the spare tire on. Now, Aunt Mary, about 30 years old at the time, was a feisty, independent, and somewhat unconventional lady. Pretty comfortable around cars, thanks to her brothers teaching her how to do light maintenance on them, at least in dry conditions. She wouldn't have been able to change the tire quickly and get back onto the road, but that night not only was the rain blinding, her sedan was beginning to sink into the mud. Nevertheless, she bundled up, put her rain bonnet on, and went to go get a spare and the jack out of the trunk ready to give it a go. She succeeded in getting the flat off, but was having difficulty finding a solid surface to brace this jack, becoming pretty irritated also. That's when a car pulled up from behind, its big headlight lamp shining through the downpour. Today, a lot of people might naturally be apprehensive, wondering if the person stopping was a serial killer who'd fortuitously come upon his next victim. But back in those days, they didn't seem to think like that. My aunt was just happy to have some help. The face of the man who got out of the car was mostly obscured by a pulled-down fedora, turned-up collar, so my aunt really never got a good look at him. But she did remember his voice as being low and pleasant. After assessing the situation, he immediately dived in to help, despite the fact his expensive trench coat and gloves got seriously soiled in the process. When he was done, my aunt both thanked him profusely and offered to give him some money, but he apparently refused. But getting back into her car, she grabbed her purse anyway, pulled out a $5 and exited, and intended to press the money into his hand and refused to take no for an answer. Except there was no man or car, nothing on that isolated road. In less than a minute, they'd both disappeared. As he couldn't have driven past without her hearing it, my aunt wondered if he'd back down the road. But why would he have done that? He'd obviously been headed into Beverly Shores also. Despite the late hour and the rain, my aunt needed to solve the mystery of where her Good Samaritan had gone. So she slowly turned her car around and headed in the opposite direction, certain she'd encounter him soon enough. But despite going nearly a mile, she did not. Only then did she start kind of getting what she called the creeps, a dawning suspicion that the man who so kindly helped her was not of this world. Though some who eventually heard the story suggested he might be a guardian angel, my aunt tended to think that he was somebody who died on that stretch of road on a rainy night, reaching out to help a stranded stranger. Even as an elderly lady who lived to be 94, she'd shiver a little at that thought. "2020. This story isn't about the year 2020. It's about the 2020 building, a red brick Art Deco structure that houses a major Midwestern University satellite office just outside Chicago. When I worked there 30-plus years ago, it was part of a medical equipment supplier's campus. Before that, it housed a Tinker Toy factory, produced a line of construction toys predating Legos. Like a million other converted spaces, 2020's no architectural gem, just a sturdy building that's seen multiple incarnations. It's only unique in that it's quite possibly haunted. Not overtly haunted, but subtly, as in hearing somebody walking around the hallway when there's only two of you working overtime, or you're both at your desks, as in having doors closed and lights turned off with no human agent apparently responsible. During the day, there's no hint somebody that you can see is making the rounds, but after hours, you get the feeling you're being watched, or perhaps watched over by an invisible who needs to be certain everything's under control and operating safely. You could call him a night watchman, because, well, maybe that's exactly what he is. During my days at 2020, I got to know a couple of employees who'd grown up and still lived in the immediate neighborhood. It was from them I learned about the Tinker Toy factory fire, a huge conflagration in which a night watchman was supposedly the one and only casualty. According to what I heard, he discovered the fire while making his rounds, tried to extinguish it himself before calling the fire department, but his actions cost him his life. That's when he got trapped by the flames. I've never been able to verify this story, but I can tell you I worked many late nights at that place, heard footsteps and doors closing when the only other living person upstairs beside me was a staff accountant, sitting right in my line of sight. I couldn't attribute the sounds to cleaning staff or roving security because the building was cleaned Saturday mornings. The lone guard on duty remained at her lobby desk all night long, with the exception of breaks taken in a bathroom literally 5 feet away. When the division I worked for closed down in '84, I left for a job at the downtown campus of the aforementioned university. That's where I met the man I eventually married. A few years later, when the university bought 2020, they established a satellite office for his department there. So while he continues to work in Chicago, he often goes up there for meetings and knows the staff well. A couple of years ago, I was introduced to a member of this extended coworker family when we ran into her one day while out shopping. Instantly liking each other, we soon chatted up a storm. And during what I mentioned, I once worked in the same building she did now. 2020, quite an interesting place, isn't it? She asked. And I, sensing she was hinting at something, went there, saying, "It sure is. Have you ever gotten the sense there's something there that you can't see?" "Oh, hell yeah," she said with a laugh. "There is definitely something there. I'm always aware of it when I'm working late." Of course, I felt I had to tell her the story about the night watchman, and she said, "Funny you should say that, because whatever and whoever is there, I've always felt they're being protective, watching over those of us working late to make sure we're safe. Never felt scared of it at all." Something wrong at the Golden Arches. An autumn afternoon 40-plus years ago found the two of us driving from Chicago to Racine. I don't know how to pronounce that. Racine, Wisconsin, to visit some friends of friends. Growing hungry on our journey, we decided to grab something to eat. but since we craved burgers and ham and cheese franchises were the only option along the highway in those days, it took some searching to locate a McDonald's. There's a beetle attacking my foot. We finally found one, identified only by a tiny sign, in the Victorian brownstone on the outskirts of a small town. Despite its atypical exterior, Jolie and I expected the interior to resemble most Mickey D's of the time, brightly lit with a signboard displaying options and a counter attended by a uniformed employee. Instead, the decor, replete with the black and white tile floors, cafe tables with bent wood chairs, and a working gaslight fixture, was like no golden arches we'd ever seen. Note, this wasn't a quote-unquote themed franchise attempting to recreate an 1890s atmosphere with reproduction furnishings. That concept didn't exist yet in 1979. Yeah, it did. And even if it had, it didn't seem like a small-town franchise would have spent money making his restaurant match its location. Anyway, what we were presented with was more of a fast food establishment as imagined by somebody from the 19th century. Somebody who'd never actually seen one. Nothing in the place was standard issue, from the tiny wooden half-hexagonal counter, tended by two glassy-eyed robotic-looking workers, to the written-out chalkboard menu listing only hamburgers and Coca-Cola. None of the other usual menu items, not even fries, were available. While taking this in, a feeling came over me that this McDonald's wasn't what it was pretending to be. By that, I don't mean it was a fake franchise conscripting the Burger Giant's logo, but rather some sort of an illusion designed to cover something distinctly unpleasant. Not only was there an eeriness to the place that contradicted the cheery atmosphere of your average fast food outlet, but the creepy factor was ratcheted by the fact that there were no other customers at all. It was just me, Jolie, and the spooky counter girls. Still, we were hungry, so one of the girls asked, "How many burgers?" It was in a kind of mechanical voice. I turned to ask my friend how many she wanted, thinking if we placed our orders together, we could get out of the spooky place sooner and go eat in the car. But when I did, I saw Jolie and I barely recognized, one with bugged-out eyes set in a face so pale I swear its freckles stood out in 3D. What's going on with her? I worried. Is she ill? For in the years we'd known each other, I'd never seen my friend look quite like that before. Granted, she was fair-skinned, but at that moment her face was completely drained of color, whiter than snow. I tried to figure out what was wrong, and I leaned closer and I heard her hiss. "We need to get the hell out of here now, come on," before she bolted for the door. Instantly convinced she was seeing something far worse than the dead-eyed counter attendants and not wanting to look for myself, I unquestioningly ran after her. We ended up squeezing through the door together and running for the car side by side. Once safely inside, we compared notes on what we'd seen in that strange McDonald's, and every physical detail from the inexplicably active gaslights to the wood counter matched up. But Jolie wouldn't comment on what caused her sudden exit other than to say, "There's something really wrong in that place." I said I'd gotten a bad vibe too, but had seen nothing beside the decor and the employees out of the ordinary. We sat for a while, quietly considering that, before suddenly looking at each other in the eye and asking simultaneously, "Do you think we should go back in there and take another look?" Wanting to return to the place we just fled sounds crazy, but in a way it wasn't, for Jolie and I not only shared an interest in the paranormal, but seemed to have arrived separately at the conclusion we'd just experienced. In addition, a couple of years earlier, we'd received a reading from a psychic friend of her mom's who'd said that we were both gifted, but that Jolie's gift was a bit stronger. So I think, by going back to the scene of the scare with somebody in a similar talent backing her up, Jolie felt she might confirm whatever it was she'd seen. For my part, I hoped that by being with her, her stronger power might let me see rather than just sense what had set off her alarms. At first, our intent was strong, but as we sat, hands fidgeting on door handles, Jolie seemed to waver, looking across the parking lot of Victorian edifice, now absorbing the remaining afternoon sunlight. Finally, she shook her head. "We shouldn't go back. What's in there is too wrong, and maybe we were lucky to get out this time." Translating, I felt she meant whatever was in the restaurant was possibly harmful or dangerous, and that caving to curiosity could be risky. To be honest, it made me want to go back even more. So what did we end up doing? Well, we got back on the highway and headed for Racine. Despite the incident, we mostly had a good time over the weekend, hitting the bars with our friends, playing touch football, and cooking out. The only thing that spoiled it was occasionally seeing a look across Jolie's face, reminiscent of the one that she'd worn standing behind me in the line. It was a reminder that despite the fun distractions, what we'd seen was still very much bothering her. What did my friend see that I didn't, that long ago afternoon? I honestly don't know. But the topic of the weird McDonald's came up again once or twice over the years. She refused to describe what had suddenly brought her on the abject fear. After a while, it occurred to me that she didn't want to paint a word picture or something that might become a permanent exhibit in the gallery of her mind. I therefore quit questioning her about it. Unfortunately, like many high school BFFs, Jolie and I eventually drifted apart, finding new confidants as we traveled the road of life. We both eventually got married, and she had a family. But whether she ever shared the full story of what happened in that McDonald's with her husband and kids, I don't know. As for me, I'll always chalk up the incident as two ordinary girls from Chicago taking an unexpected detour into Wisconsin's Twilight Zone. Hold on a tick. We both got married, she had a family, but whether she ever shared the full story of what happened in that McDonald's with her husband and kids... I thought you just said that it was just you two, so I don't even know what's happening anymore. Other than that sounds like it was written by AI, because it was way too smooth. What's in the tree? While living in an old neighborhood on the north side of Chicago, my husband and I often took walks on late summer evenings to admire the area's beautiful Victorian houses by moonlight. Frequently, their owners, sitting on the wraparound porches to catch a breeze, would call out, "Nice night," as we would pass, to which, of course, we responded, "Yes, it certainly is." It was a lovely social tradition, one we imagined had been practiced since those houses had been built. One night, ambling back to our apartment, we happened to pass a tree in the parkway, about which there was nothing unusual except as we walked under its branches a deep resonating moan emanated from within its darkened foliage. Not a cicada buzz, a bat squeak, a bird chirp, or a cat yowl, but a moan coming from right above our heads. There was something not right about the sound. The hair on my arm stood on end, yet we paused, trying to determine what it was that we had heard. "What do you think that was?" I asked my husband. "It has to be an animal," he said. "Maybe a squirrel protecting its nest." The sound again came from above our heads, more of a groan than a moan this time. "Squirrel," I scoffed. "I've never heard one make that noise." City squirrels do occasionally emit a distinctive cry when scared, but it could never be mistaken for a moan or a groan. There was a human or human-like element to what we were hearing, but the tree was in no big way sturdy enough to conceal an adult or a child. And who'd hide up in a tree and moan anyway? "It has to be a squirrel," my husband reiterated, sounding less convinced now, more like he was trying to make things right in his mind. But the sound was even more wrong. It was low and guttural. When it came a third time, "Whatever it is, we need to go now," he said suddenly, grabbing me by the arm and pulling me away from the tree. He's a fast walker naturally, but now he was race-walking, on the verge of running as he dragged me behind him. Barely able to keep up, I nevertheless asked, "Do you think it's some sort of a spirit?" "No," he shouted, automatically, and then in the most fearful tone I've ever heard him use, he continued, "Honestly, I don't really know, but I don't want to see whatever it is, and I'm afraid if we stay here, I might." The words had no sooner left his mouth than we heard the sound once more, a long attenuated moan that absolutely vibrated the nighttime air. took off running like a couple of terrified kids. A few blocks later, we reached our building, where, after rushing up the stairs to the second-floor unit, we locked the door, flopped on the couch, out of breath. A little while later, when we finally decided to address our experience, we didn't even attempt to apply further logic to it, for having ruled out insects, animals, and humans, what other explanation was there for something supernatural? Yet, a ghost didn't seem like the likeliest explanation. Why would a spirit haunt a tree, unless maybe it was a hanging tree behind a prison where death sentences had been carried out? A scrawny young maple on an urban parkway didn't fit that scenario. Then I began wondering if we'd encountered a misplaced elemental, named after the elements of nature, i.e. fire, air, water, or earth. Elementals are spirits that have never incarnated as humans. While technically not ghosts, they're capable of evoking fear and uneasiness in some people. Mostly, though, they're pretty harmless. Due to the fact elementals are usually associated with forests, mountains, and other areas of sparse human habitation, I did at first wonder how one might have ended up in a large city. Then I realized it might have accidentally attached itself to a group of vacationers on a camping or hiking trip, transported back to their neighborhood. It sought shelter in something familiar to it, a tree. Maybe the moaning and groaning we'd hear was probably the spirit's successful attempt to scare us away from its safe place. Though we continued to live in that neighborhood a couple more years and kept up our evening walks, we never again encountered the moaner. So I guess whatever it was found someplace more to his liking, such as a park or a forest preserve. Central Illinois. Unknown animal encounter still haunts me. When I was around 16, I lived in a rural town in central Illinois near Starved Rock, and I had an experience with an unknown, mysterious animal. We live at the edge of town, and there's a large field directly to the right of our home, and a set of train tracks behind our backyard, and a line of forests. As kids without much to do in a small town, we would walk these tracks pretty frequently. Would often run into other kids doing just the same. It was a pretty cool area, actually, with all the nature and trees, and till that day was even a nice escape to go for a long walk when stressed. Like any other time, we went down the tunnel of trees that led to the little path that would kind of walk us down to the embankment before the railroad tracks. We had a normal walk for about 10 minutes from there, just talking and chatting about our boyfriends and what our current favorite memes were. Some really 2011 memes. Once we reached the bridge over the tracks, I was about 3 blocks down from my house. That's when things started to get strange. I found the carcass of 2 large 2-foot fish that had obviously been torn into by some predators without much left but bone. Keep in mind, this was a little ways inland, and the river was still a good trek by foot and would require a large animal to carry that size fish so far. A little further down, the breadcrumb trail of white fluff scattered throughout the tall grass on the opposite side of the tracks. To me, it looked like an animal had been hurt, and being the animal lover but a stupid 16-year-old one, I thought it was a grand idea to keep investigating further. I followed the trail of fluff, which led me to a fresh deer leg and nothing else. Just past the deer leg, and then about 15 feet or so away, I walked directly up the opposite embankment from the original to see a large den-like tunnel. Immediately walking up to it, I felt like I shouldn't be there, and something else felt just the same. I retreated backwards, feeling that I should not return, or rather turn my back on the den. Scared out of our minds, at that point we decided it was probably best to get back. God knew what else we would find, or what would find us. It was about 30 minutes before dark anyway. On the way back, though, we were not alone. We heard grass moving on the embankment. It was the whole way beside us on the side that we would have to cross over to get back to my yard. I could hear that it was slow and deliberate moves in the grass, and every now and then a few rapid ones if we moved quicker. We felt hunted. With no weapons but the rocks on the tracks, we hurled a few, shouted to get whatever it was far enough away that we could go back up the embankment. This worked. We thought that was that once we reached my yard. This is the part where I would go back and slap myself. We were so stupid. We decided that we would hang out on the trampoline that had a clear view of the field next door to the next hour till my friend's mom came to pick her up. The sun had fallen to the point where only shapes and different levels of darkness were clear in the field. Suddenly, something large, dark, and low to the ground came out of the tree line and onto the field. Stopped and turned to us. I was frozen and immediately told my friend to stay still. I could only see the darkness of the creature's fur and its movements slightly cat-like and stalking. And to this point, I'd say, oh, cougar or something. However, I'm not sure if they'd been found in that area for a very, very long time. The thing that threw me was that the sound it made. It sounded angry, that was for sure. And the thing made low, huffing pants like a bull blowing air through its nose before a charge. Turned to my friend and said, run. Booked it to the house, and to this day I feel like something was helping me, was forcing my feet to pick up quicker than I'd ever run. I've seen plenty of deer, coyotes, foxes, and all that, but nothing this big or predatory. Nothing in the locale fauna really matched up, and I'm extremely confused about what animals would move like that, or sound like that, plus be in that area to begin with. Heard my husband's voice, but it wasn't him. This was about 2 weeks ago. I recently just got laid off my job due to the pandemic, but my husband is an essential worker, so he still has to go in every morning. It was around 3 p.m. in the afternoon. I was cleaning our kitchen and doing dishes. He usually doesn't get home till 5:30 or 6 every night, and I was alone and wiping down our counters, and I heard my husband calling my name downstairs. I immediately stopped and looked down the staircase across from my kitchen. Then, immediately after hearing that, I thought it was him. I watched my cats run over to our stairway, jump up onto her banister, and look down toward the door to the garage like they always do when he gets home from work. So I thought he may have just been getting home early. Then quickly realized that I never heard a garage opening or his car door shutting. My cats were still perched there and seemed like they were waiting him still, and they both looked at me simultaneously with confusion. Then I responded back with his name in a questionable tone when there was no answer. That's when danger entered my mind. I immediately grabbed her pistol with safety still on just in case it really was my husband. Couldn't be too sure it wasn't. Then again I called out, "Hello, who's down there? I'm armed." Still as silent as it was, I was peacefully cleaning. Or as I was peacefully cleaning. Then I call my husband and he answers. He could tell something was wrong, even just hearing my voice before I explained what had happened. I asked him if he had made it home, and he said, "No, I'm still at work." He always likes to prank me, and I thought maybe this may have been one of those times. I told him, "Tell me you're joking right now. I have a gun in my hand. If you're not home, something just made my name happen, and it sounded just like your voice." He hung up the phone with me and called back on FaceTime so we could see that he was still in fact at work. So now I'm thinking somebody might be in the house. I checked every room and the windows and the doors, all untouched. Then I began questioning if I was just hearing things. But the fact my cats reacted the same time I did in reassurance, I'm not crazy, I guess. I think they just heard it just as I did. Haven't heard a voice since. Something was in my child's room. Tonight I was feeding my son his nighttime bottle and rocking him in his nursery. He got so tired he fell asleep before finishing it. I sat his bottle down to burp him. And while I was rocking and trying to burp him, I started praying over him. I'm a Christian, by the way, but don't really pray as much as I should. But I've always been in touch with my spirituality on a deep level. tonight was a night that I just felt the need to pray for the Lord's protection over him. In the middle of my prayer, I looked up, and his mobile above his crib was moving on its own, like it had been touched. The air wasn't on, and there isn't a fan in his room. I made sure to listen if I heard the AC running, and even tested to see if it was from me rocking him. It wasn't. I thought it was strange, but I still finished the prayer. Once he was in a deep sleep, I laid him down into his crib. For some reason, I felt maybe something was there, so I started casting out and rebuking it in Jesus' name. I remember looking around the room and putting one of my hands over my son and saying, "My son is covered in the blood of Jesus and is protected by him and his angels. Whatever is not of the Lord, be gone." And as soon, and I mean as soon as the words "be gone" left my lips, the lamp on the side of the table flashed. So quickly, by the time I looked over, it was off. But I saw it turn on and light up the room. Walked out, told my husband about it, and he went shortly after, checked the lamp, and sure enough, it was off. This has been my first ever spiritual experience. I'm not sure what it was, if it was good or bad, but it was something. Now I can't sleep and my eyes haven't left the camera monitor. Anybody else have a similar experience? I don't believe in ghosts, but some circumstances have happened that might make me think otherwise. These are a few occurrences that have happened in my house that are kind of unexplained to me. Bullet point number 1. I was sitting at my desk home alone. I don't know why, but something made me want to turn my head and look at the couch, and as soon as I did, I see a couch pillow just kind of move slightly about an inch. Same thing happened the next night, but with an extension cord. Not long after this, I was using the bathroom late one night and the hallway was dark. So my mind could have been playing tricks on me. But when I turn left out of the bathroom, I usually see the wall at the end of the hallway with a small reflection of light on it from the outside lights. When I turned left this time, I didn't see the light reflection. I only saw a dark mass about the same height as me standing right in front of me, which made me jump backward because I thought I just ran into someone. When I quickly looked back, the dark mass was gone, and I could easily see the end of the hallway again. The most recent thing happened last night, and I could just be looking into this one too hard, but I was in my kitchen talking to my family, and my big fat chonk cat was knee-deep in his dinner. He wasn't paying attention to any of us. As my mom was talking, I noticed this white floaty thing quickly pass the corner of my eye. My initial thought was that it was just a little floaty fuzz or dust that was just floating too close to my eye. When I turned my head to see where it went, my cat stopped his eating and turned his head to look at the exact same direction the floaty went. We both looked in that direction, saw nothing, looked at each other, and then blew it off, and I continued to talk to my family, and my cat continued his dinner. I have more occurrences, but these are just the most recent ones. Like I said, I don't really believe in ghosts, but I guess I'm kind of agnostic toward ghosts, so I'm open to that possibility that they exist, but usually I only try to find a logical explanation for things before jumping to that conclusion. Has anything like this happened to other people, or am I just going crazy? Something messed with our car in the woods. This happened to me when I was 17, around the time when most of my friends were just getting their driver's license. We all had that rush for cars back then, so it was quite common for us to skip school and go for a ride out of town. Back then, the city where I lived is surrounded by forests and 2 mountains, so we basically had a lot of places to go and chill. One day my friend was very excited to show us a place that he had found about online, possibly here on Reddit. Back in those days. For which people said was quite odd. He looked it up and apparently it had a reputation for being a paranormal site. Being the typical group of teens, we collectively agreed to check it out as soon as possible, including me, who more or less believes in spiritual stuff. Going up the mountain, we were listening to the radio until we lost the station to static. For, well, obvious reasons is why the radio does when you go deep into the woods. This entire experience is happening during a summer night, so we were feeling pretty careless and as excited as a person can have, or be. Having no music to listen to, we started talking and discussing our expectations for this place, with most of us having no expectations at all. Our conversation was suddenly interrupted by loud static coming from the radio. We had just turned off just a few minutes ago. We were all a bit startled, but still nothing out of the ordinary. Happened again a few minutes later. We all looked at the radio and it was still off. We quickly dismissed this as something that radios do for some reason and again didn't pay much attention. The third time that had happened, the driver hit the brakes and stopped the car. He turned to us and yelled, "Fuck me, did you hear that? What was that?" Claiming that he heard a voice this time. None of us heard anything except static. The driver said that he's had enough and switched the engine off. So there's no possible way for anything, including the radio, to be working. Sat like that for a while in pitch black. There was no city lights around us, and the forest had been covered all the light sources like stars. Couldn't distinguish night sky, that's how dark it was. The light indicated the radio turned on, and soon after the static came. I could tell that we were all feeling a bit anxious by then, and through the static came a female voice singing, and it was very silent. For a second, it got louder and then fell back to silence again and then vanished, but even weirder, the static vanished too. Once we switched the car back on and turned the headlights on too, we observed what seemed to be smudges of fingers all across the fucking windshield. We didn't turn the car around immediately, but I could tell that we all just wanted to leave. We stopped further up on a hill, took some pictures of the Milky Way, and went back home afterwards. Ever since we speculated about what the fuck happened to the radio and the windshield that night, my friends went 2 more times without me to the same place, recording the same, including feeling a small push once the car was off. What do you think? I believe that there are many logical explanations, but considering the fact that I'm somewhat a person who believes in such stuff and had an adrenaline rush that night, it's hard for me to grasp something rational. I'd go up there and take a picture of the 3 Musketeers. Can't tell if I spoke to a spirit or a demon on a Ouija board. After years of being interested in them, I finally bought a Ouija board from Spirit Halloween the first day they opened. I'm a firm believer in ghosts, and I've seen shadow people and much more in my own house, but was a bit on the fence about how much I believed in Ouija boards. I thought it could probably be all debunked with science. That was until last night when me and my mom gave it a try. My mom hasn't done one since she was a teenager because every single time she used one without fail and it worked, and she had full conversations with whoever was on the other side. It left her with a bad feeling, and she would rather just not mess with it. But once I bought this one, she was excited to try one again. The second her fingers were on that planchette and I asked if anybody wanted to talk, went straight to yes with a strength I never could have imagined. I mean, I had tears in my eyes, I was so shocked. I continued to ask about its life, and we learned it claimed to be a woman from Maine who was a wife and mother until she was killed in 1977. She didn't initially want to talk, but also said she was enjoying talking and wanted to continue. Gave the smallest details about his life, and the only way I could explain it is it was as normal as talking to a woman you just met on the street. Details like her husband's name, and she liked birds but not cats and dogs, and that she was happy wherever she was. She felt so human, it was such a human conversation. That was until toward the end, when her spelling became sort of jumbled and didn't make much sense anymore. I asked if she was struggling to say what she wanted to say, and she said yes. So we stuck to yes or no questions. We had lit 2 candles on either side of the board. My mom asked if she was able to move the flames, to which she said no, leading me, very stupidly, to ask what she could do besides talk through the board. Pretty quickly, she began doing the figure 8 motion and freaked out because I had heard for the years that it's not a good sign. But still, we just asked another question and changed the subject. After a while, we were tired and asked if she was ready to end the conversation, and she said yeah. We thanked her for speaking to us and started to pull it down to goodbye when it started fighting and was pulling toward the center of the board. It did another figure 8. I was freaked out, so I pulled it to goodbye and firmly said our goodbyes and let go. I feel very conflicted because nothing about it felt negative whatsoever aside for those figure 8s, which I know to be a demonic sign. Me and my mom wonder if it took my question of what it could do as an invitation and was trying to release from the board to join us, hence trying one last time before we close the board. Anyone who knows more than me have any insight? The sound I heard still haunts me many years later. Some brief background first. I grew up in a relatively small town in Australia. The house my parents built was in an area that had previously been a large farming area, maybe 100 years earlier. While I lived at that house, I had many experiences with what I'd consider paranormal, ranging from seeing shadowy figures to one evening where I felt something physically sit on my bed while I was at home alone while my family was out of state. This particular incident happened in 2008. It's when I was about 15 years old, and I'm now in my 30s. I remember I was home alone this particular night, sitting in the living room playing Fallout 3 on my PlayStation. I was home alone, so me being a loud and obnoxious child, I decided to make as much noise as I could since no one was around to tell me otherwise. I would always make this stupid whistling sound that nobody else I knew really knew how to do, so I'm sitting there making the sound over and over until I hear a clicking sound, followed by the exact same whistling sound I had made being repeated as if somebody had just whispered it right into my ear. At this point, I absolutely froze in place. I never felt as terrified as I did at that exact moment. I remember having this extremely overwhelming feeling of dread, and I immediately threw down my controller, bolted out of the front of my house. Now, the front door of this house was completely made out of glass, so I was able to see straight into the room I was just sitting in. Stood there for what felt like an hour before I had the courage to go back inside. Ended up sitting in my parents' room with their TV on until they got home. And obviously, they didn't believe a word I said when I told them. To this day, I still don't know what caused that sound. I don't believe I was hallucinating, and I wasn't loud enough to be an echo. I often think back to this day many years later. My grandpa came to me in a dream, giving me a heads up my grandma was going to be passing away. Let me start by saying I've had multiple visitation dreams. Usually they're shortly after the person had passed. They were saying goodbye. This dream or visitation was one that really stuck with me though. It was 2019, July 2nd to be exact. My grandpa had been passed for 15 years by then. My grandma had been in and out of the hospital for a couple of months. She was fighting pneumonia for a while, and she started having some stomach issues and went back in. Well, that day not much news had changed with her. She was still okay, wasn't any sort of extreme decline. Well, that night I had this dream. Remember my grandpa was in some room with me and said, "Grandpa, what are you doing here? You've been gone so long now." Note, I never did dream of Grandpa after he passed. He smiled and said, "I know, I'm here to take Grandma home now." I remember feeling happy, and I wasn't sad. I was excited because, well, Grandma was going to see Grandpa. I woke up and told my dream to my husband, and a little bit afterwards, I got a text from my cousin. She said Grandma was not doing good. and her outcome looks bleak. Then she said that they were taking her home to make her comfy. I was totally baffled. I knew she wasn't doing good, but it was definitely a surprise. On July 4th, my grandma took her last breath. The same day her dad died. She never met him. He died before she was born. I've had plenty of other weird, crazy, and what I feel has been paranormal experiences, and I hope this one counts, though. Not necessarily scary, more of a positive paranormal story. If anybody else has experiences like this, I would absolutely love to hear them. Real first-hand experience during daytime. I was camping with some friends. There were 4 of us. 2 guys, 2 girls, all early 20s. We were driving across the country, camping in different spots. I'm one of the guys. One night we decided to camp in some woods and a cliff by the ocean near a very beautiful beach. After we spend the night, I wake up earlier, around 9 a.m., decide to explore the woods. Now, for some context, I never believed in paranormal or spirits before this, and I had been camping for years, so I'm used to woods and being alone in nature. It was a very sunny day. I have a weird feeling like something's wrong or I'm being watched, but I just ignore it. After, I see a trail that ends in a small circle, and I find it weird that it just ends, so I follow that trail to see if there's something in the end. When I reach the end, I see by the corner of my eye a woman sort of behing me? With black hair covering her face. Behing him. I didn't just turn immediately. I waited to process the image for a few seconds to make sure it was real and I could see it. I turn around and there's nothing there, and I feel chills all over my body, almost like electricity. I go back up to the camp and get the other dude to follow me to that trail to see if he sees or feels something. He sees nothing. Says the mood feels weird. We explore together and he finds something not far from the trail. A broken corner of a tombstone. A typical white one with black engraved letters, and just says a date by that position. That has to be the date of birth, 29th of February, no year. Now, less than 0.07% of the world's population was born on February 29th, and my friend who found the tombstone was born on that day. We get freaked out, run to camp, get the girls, and drive out of there. There's no cemeteries nearby, but there was a chapel. It was around the trails and their coordinates. Can't remember the exact trail, but oh boy, get ready for coordinates. 39.509135143555642, comma, 9.150779370062308. I feel like a bank teller. A weird experience in France. I believe this one already. I'm quite superstitious, but would always try to find any logical reasoning before going toward the paranormal explanation. This happened a couple of years ago when I was traveling in France. I checked into a hotel in Nice and shared a room with my mom. The room has 2 twin beds, so we each slept in one bed. Very well. We had a long day, so my mom passed out on her bed as soon as we walked into the room, basically. I stayed up a little to upload pictures onto Facebook, which I ended up staying up for a while because crappy internet speed. I had my laptop on the bed, and I sat on the edge of the bed with one leg hanging off the bed and the other sitting in Indian style on the bed, and about an hour in, I started feeling some pressure behind my back and around my abdominal area. It felt like I was being hugged from behind. Chalked it up to being tired, so I turned off my laptop and went to bed. I had a dream that I was standing in front of the hotel, feeling a bit confused. It was daytime, and a guy approached me and asked if I was from around that area. I told him I was a tourist, so he offered to take me around. Next thing I knew, I was visiting all these beautiful places with him, and we ate and shopped and visited a bunch of monuments. I had a really nice time in my dream. Hung out until the sun started setting. I remembered holding hands with him, laughing and walking toward the sunset, but for some reason I stopped walking and wandered, or probably wondered, who is this guy? I don't even know him. Where am I going? The moment I started questioning myself, everything just stopped like a film on pause. Then I abruptly woke up. First thing I saw was my mom sleeping back, and it was facing toward me. But I saw a cloud of black mist floating in front of my eyes, and the reason I could tell the shape was because it stood out against my mom's white blouse. Thought my eyes were playing tricks as they were still adjusting to the light in the room. So I turned my body and looked up at the ceiling. When I turned back, I stopped seeing the black mist. Side note, I grew up in a Buddhist household, so my parents were super religious. They also followed a lot of superstitions. My dad wasn't able to travel with us, so he gave me a necklace with a Buddha's head and told me to wear it at all times, and I guess it was a talisman, and it would protect me and keep me safe, so I wore it on me all the time, except when I took showers. So naturally, my hand started tracing up to my chest, hoping to feel some comfort holding the talisman my dad gave me. I felt around a bit and sat up right away because my talisman was gone. Looked over and it was on the nightstand. Placed it back around my neck. Went back to sleep. The next day, while having breakfast, I asked my mom if she took off my talisman. She said she was so tired she slept through the entire night, so there's no way she would even remove the necklace from my neck. I told her about my dream. She recalled stories of people never waking up after they sleep because they got taken away by spirits in their dreams. Good thing you stopped following that guy, or else who knows if you're going to even wake up today. She was laughing and joking while I felt goosebumps all over my body. I'm sorry, it's not a very scary story, but it was creepy to me because till today I still don't know who took off my necklace. Was that entity, if it was real, strong enough to remove my necklace before appearing in my dream? And, well, sometimes I suspected I could be sleepwalking and maybe took it off. But it was placed neatly on the nightstand and not on the floor, and I also remembered touching it before sleeping because I was praying to Buddha in my head, so for sure I didn't take it off before I slept. I'm also mentally healthy, if some of you are wondering if it's psychosis or me being psychotic. Either way, thanks for reading. Edit. Thanks, guys, for the comments. I want to add that my aunt also had a dream that's also a bit similar. She dreamed that she was going somewhere and asked people on the streets for directions. They pointed her towards a direction, but the further she walked, the place became more secluded and unfamiliar. It was scary for her because it was dusk when she started, so by the time she got lost, it was nighttime. She got so scared she tried to grab anyone she could find to ask for help. She found a kind-looking old guy and went to ask him for help, and she told her to follow him, which was in the opposite direction that she was going. Then she woke up and, guys, this is why my family kept telling the kids and even adults not to follow people. They also scared her with the good thing you woke up or good thing that guy helped you before you wandered into the underworld. OMG. I partied with extraterrestrials. I was watching this documentary on this island where people would be invited over and be healed of untreatable diseases by alleged aliens. Sign me up. A guy who was healed and was being interviewed made a comment on their appearance. There was something off about them. They were all of the same type. As soon as he said those words, my mind evoked a 2016 memory of a New Year's party I hosted at a friend's house. At least 500 people showed up. I'd greet most people and show them around the place for them to have a nice beginning of the year. And this is where things get weird. At around 3 a.m., a group of 8 or 9 people showed up. They were both men and women. Nothing really special about their clothes, but there was something off about their faces. They all looked like kids, some taller, some wider, some more blondish, but their pupils were super dilated, on all 9 of them. I remembered thinking to myself, these kids must be super toasted on some LSD or shrooms. I thought nothing about it. They were all kind of pale, and when I welcomed them, they showed no emotion at all. They just looked at each other, and without saying a word, they looked back at me, nodded, and went inside the party. It was off-putting, and I remembered thinking, weirdos. At around 9 or 10 a.m. when the party was done, I walked a few guests outside the house and saw them again. This time they were sitting in the curb in the road, right in front of the house. The sun was already out at this time, so I got to see their faces better, and I shit you not, they were like a carbon copy of each other. Pupils still super dilated, but same face. Like twins, all of them. They noticed I was looking at them, so I looked back, and I felt very uncomfortable, so I left quickly. What are your thoughts? Could the party have been so good aliens actually crashed it, or is it just some really drugged up and look-alike kids? Could all have the same plastic surgeon. Seeing a man, even when awake. When my friends would sleep over as teenagers, they would say my parents' house was creepy at night. My friends would say they felt someone kicking the side of the bed or sitting on the bed and never come back over to stay over. My mom told me one night she saw a shadowy figure of a man standing in the doorway of the kitchen. It was late and she thought that she was seeing things. So she went in the kitchen and saw the figure standing at the back door of the mudroom looking out the back door. She flipped on the floodlights and opened the blinds, saw me standing at the door fiddling with my keys to get in. Recently, I had an experience where I felt a hand touch my arm while I was asleep, and I heard a man say, "Time to wake up." I opened my eyes, and my husband was still asleep. I asked him what he just said to me, and he said he didn't say anything. I do have exploding head syndrome. Whoa. Excuse me. So I hear loud knocking right before I wake up. So I wrote it off as that or sleep paralysis. Exploding head syndrome. Today I was clipping my nails over the toilet and I saw a shadow cast of someone moving around outside the door in the hallway. Didn't think anything of it because my husband was getting dressed in the other bathroom, so he may have been walking by. Then I saw someone peep around the corner and go away quickly, out of the corner of my eye. I saw the casted shadow of someone walking up to the bathroom again, and I turned to look and I saw a man's leg stepping forward. I yelled for my husband, and the man backed away. I didn't really see it out of the corner of my eye that time. I was looking directly at it, and it was a man wearing black slacks and black shoes. I saw the shadow casted in the hallway as it backed away. It's during the day, and the lights were off in the hallway, but the blinds in the other rooms were open. My husband came into the room, and I asked him if it was him. Still in shorts, and he said no, he was in the other bathroom the whole time. Needless to say, seeing it with my own eyes, I'm either going crazy or it's something paranormal. I guess it's easier to accept it's a ghost or something. This is 100% truth. I've only told this story to 3 people. My father, my son, and a priest. So I went digging, and this was before the internet. All we had was the BBS at that time, and bulletin board system. Kind of rudimentary social platform for talking to other people around the world. I asked about black magic and regular witchcraft, and somebody told me to check my local library. I lived in a huge city at that time, over 3 million people. So I went looking. I found a book of spells. They were incantations about different things. One was a spell to get power and money. I created an altar, a staff, drew a magic circle, and followed every detail. The spell required a blood pact, or for the user to sign their name in their own blood, promising to serve the entity and forfeit their soul as well. Before the internet. I just turned 17. And I said the words, I cut myself, and I signed the pact. This was in a closed garage with no windows and doors completely shut. The wind picked up and blew out the candles I was using, and a swirling pile of dead leaves and trash moved from one side of the garage to the other. This was the most terror I'd ever felt in my short time being alive thus far. Nothing bad happened, though, at first. In fact, I met a powerful drug dealer and became one of my city's biggest drug dealers. Sorry for laughing. At any one time, I had about 3 pounds of crystal meth for sale at a time. I was making $20,000 a week. My life got very interesting. For about 3 years, I lived like a cartel king. Money, fame, women, cars, I had it all. I met powerful people in the underbelly of the crime world. I was untouchable. But then I got my first bust. I started using more and more and OD'd several times. I finally left the city and the game and weighed 96 pounds. I'm 5'9", by the way. My life was shit. I used and got clean and used until my 30s. Even did 3 years in prison. Then after getting clean came the nightmares. Dreams so terrifying and repulsive, some I will never tell another soul. Dreams of being raped anally by demons and seeing things that made me sob when I would wake up, and then an uncontrollable urge to use and do bad things again. So again, back into the spiral. I'd be driving to work when I would begin shaking and at times fighting myself not to go use, cutting across 6 lanes of traffic to turn around and go score. I heard voices, I saw shadows from the corner of my shadows from the corner of my vision. I felt a presence when alone. I was terrified. One time I felt something trying to enter my mind or body or both. I was so scared. I felt like something had latched onto me and was making me do things, making me see things. Finally went to the archdiocese and begged for help. I told them all that had happened, and they made me get a psych eval. After that, they said that they would help me, and then performed a kind of blessing on my house. I had to say some prayers and ask God for forgiveness. They also christened my forehead with holy water. Left there feeling better than I had in years. Never used again, and the nightmares and all the scary shit went away. Been sober for over 13 years now. Was it all in my mind, and had I tapped into something evil? I don't know. I just know I'll never fuck with the occult again, and I still worry about what's going to happen when I die. That was a wild one.